Alright, how's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Hey Jester, hey Priz, hey Ace, Danny, JT Stunner, thank you so much for the Prime of the 11 months. And yeah, fascists fuck off, hell yeah. Hey Shoop, hey Mick, hey Adrix. Mick, thanks for streaking. In public. Hey Irish, hey Merlin. Hope everyone's doing fantastic. Let's continue. Cleric, the Light Cleric. I clickbaited with the go live notification, so at this rate we might need a Rad Orbs command. A Mick roll? Right in front of my Quag? I think that one's a deep cut nowadays, but I fuck with it. Alright, last time we juiced Raphael. Got the XP. Don't plan on using the armor. I don't plan on using this either, so like I'll unequip it so people don't think I'm using Rad Orbs. And what animations we going with today? I'm thinking we do something other than floating. How could they be bad if they're rad? Spitting. Continue. Just go with Karlach Idol for now. Farm some will approval in case I want to do some murders.
Victims. But I promise you, every thrust of my blade and every flame. But I don't have a clue where to start. The only way out is if I can. Well met.
Alright, let me not get patchated this time.
Middle of somewhere.
I don't like this at all.
It might just.
Free food.
Am I a friend? I could fix it all. And what is?
Approval with everybody.
That's what separates us from the devil's soul.
Still deciding who we're going with. Probably Gale, which means I should recruit him. Do I have been supposed to do that safely? Yeah, I do.
I don't think there'll be any more. Someone prodding at a newly opened wound. He knows our secret. Not the worst prospect. There were no right answers with that devil. See? Sowing doubt is not. I know. I. Now that you have the truth.
Oh, I have very high approval with her already.
Fuss about it.
I didn't even have to roll. I guess that's one of the perks of spamming long rests.
True. I didn't think. I assume you've heard of her. I think I did well by joining you. The wound on my hand. Pain is sick. You already know my biggest Well, I like. It's a deal.
Yep. Already at the Riz threshold. Who's Gale? He means Gale. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, I forget sometimes.
Sure, and he might be right. With creatures like them. And what? I suppose.
Nope.
Oh, then what do you want? Unless you're looking for another nibble. Maybe. Everything before that is so long ago, it's ancient history.
Hey, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton.
You saw next to a dragon, the devil's a gnat. When I am Kith, I will ride a red dragon.
You want a kith? We can kith.
The library was a gift from. Yet we still collect more. It is imperative we locate a creche. You do well to observe more. Then you have ceased to the first symptoms should have looked fine.
Alright, Lae'zel's also down to clown. Well, the way Lae'zel talks so much. Me too. Me too.
Might be useful.
Is life but a waiting death, or does it serve some other purpose?
Enjoy DOS 2 by any chance? Not enough to finish a playthrough. Might go back to it eventually, but... I played it after this, and it felt like too many steps backwards for me to maintain an interest. Sometimes I do have to give games multiple chances, though. Aramis.
You looking to spend it?
Feel the same, couldn't get past Act 1 for some reason. I was somewhere in like the middle of Act 2 before I stopped playing. And that was like with a guide ensuring that I was going through things in a way where I could actually enjoy it. So like, I think unguided I would have not had a great time. But, I don't know, maybe I've evolved since then. I need an armor to run.
Keep that bird away from the merchandise.
Hey, oh David, thank you for the 50 streak. That's a while. Alright, let's equip that temporarily. Just so I have some armor class. Don't have too much stuff to sell. I did save Barkus. Alright, I want the note from Filro.
There are important.
Luminous armor is the best. Oh, man. 2 ogres here does make this more dangerous, especially without crit immunity.
At least give me a sword. We want you dead. You done nothing. Not dead and heroic.
Thanks.
A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious.
But scouts said they heard something moving around.
Maybe try to do grow defense this round. It's been a minute since I've done it.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Makes sense. The DOS games are good in their own right. It's supposed to be an evolution of those games at a grand scale, newer and more expensive after all. Yeah.
Going.
Yeah.
Time to press ahead.
I think the cinematic dialogue of BG3 is what helps me go through it so easy. It's, the cinematic dialogue style of BG3 definitely evokes feelings that, like, those of you who might have played Dragon Age or Mass Effect, it's very in that vein. And before that, you know, Knights of the Old Republic and Jade Empire, You could maybe even loop in some of the Fallout games to that. Just, it's not an uncommon thing to have like cinematic dialogue, but it's very different from the sort of, I would argue that the DOS 2 dialogue style is much more classic CRPG, like BG2 and 1, which I liked at the time, but, you know, they're different things. Hey, Peepin' Ninja, how are you? Why do I check Cones of Vision so often? Just a habit that I've built up. Better than not checking.
Traders have private property.
Didn't mean to click that.
If you got coin.
You'll drop that anyway. I'm an elf, so I have proficiency with those kinds of bows already. I would have had to buy this for a couple things if I didn't choose elf, but because I did. Alright. Let's make sure I go talk to Scratch. Jade Empire, so wish for a second one of that. Didn't they make an MMO sequel? A very short-lived MMO sequel? I never played that, but... It's interesting you mentioned BioWare games who created Baldur's Gate franchise. Yeah, like... It cannot be overstated how much of a stranglehold BioWare had on just RPGs in the 2000s and the aughts. It was kind of crazy, and they started in the 90s, and they still had stuff going in the 2010s to a degree. But like in the aughts in particular,
Quietly.
just they were synonymous with the things people expected from RPG designs. And that impact kind of keeps going to now.
I told you to go.
Not that I ever saw, I could have missed that though. Just remember Jade Empire's first game I played, they gave me a spear, and I, for some reason, I absolutely love that. Nice. I don't think they ever did a sequel to Jade Empire. Okay, then I fever dreamed that. Means I didn't miss out, which good.
Still,
But awesome
go.
game. I was
my friend is injured.
I started a playthrough of it again last year. I didn't finish it, but I'm like halfway through the game. Maybe I pick that back up.
Of course he will. No, I won't leave him. If it...
The only other MMO BioWare did in SWTOR was Anthem. I'm pretty sure I've told this story, but back when BioWare had like their BioWare social site, I was like active there enough and it linked accounts and stuff enough that I had Anthem like beta access and didn't know it until after the game had shut down because I just never checked my inbox there. Another studio made BG4, what would be your expectations? It'd be garbage. I don't want BG4 to happen. Sequels are not obligatory, and artistic integrity and allowing things to end is important for getting good self-contained projects, and for motivating people to make new things for people to latch onto. I don't want BG4. Couldn't agree more, hell yeah. Unfortunately, BG4 being made means Wizards of the Coast makes money. I don't trust Wizards of the Coast to allow someone to make BG4 good. Well, here's the thing about that. Wizards of the Coast, you know, they fail upwards constantly and downwards, and it varies. Oh, it's an extra person here. Interesting. they love money.
I'm still looking to
And I do think that they would not
don't have much to spare.
be their usual selves and risking the money printer that is the like collective view of the Baldur's Gate IP since BG3. Again, the Baldur's Gate IP isn't new, and it is a subcategory of the D&D IP. It's just a location in D&D's most popular setting. That's it. However, it's like, it's a money printer, and they recognize that. So this isn't me saying they have strong business acumen or anything, but I think that they'd be less likely to fuck that one up than others. Just out of self-preservation.
I'll take that.
I don't have enough raw HP to feel comfy doing this. Once we hit level 5, I can do an aid upcast, and then I'll feel good about it. Let's do that for now. You take any franchise out there right now, which one would you like turn into a CRPG the same quality as BG3?
Just out of view.
It's a good question. I don't think I have an answer. KOTOR? Well, JT started. We're getting KOTOR. From the game director of the original KOTOR. They stressed that one a lot. They stressed two things when they announced that at the Game Awards. Game director of original KOTOR, and not published by EA. So, like, for all intents and purposes, if you don't consider SWTOR KOTOR 3, we're getting, like, KOTOR 3. Yeah, BioWare aren't touching it. And that's probably good, because nobody who worked on the original games works at BioWare anymore.
Light on my feet.
Never underestimate the short-sightedness of a meeting room full of people in suits. Truer words were never spoken. BioWare will probably not survive Mass Effect 5. I mean, I hope they do, but... hey, Celestial. But, like, you know, it's tough. They haven't made a good game in quite a long time. And I'm not sure if I mean that I hope they do with, again, the culling of everyone who built BioWare's reputation. Hey, Nico. For a KOTOR as good as the first two, and that includes the nostalgia factor, I do some horrible things. KOTOR 2 still remains one of my favorite, just, like, RPG stories. I like KOTOR 2 better than KOTOR 1, even without the restored content, honestly. Doesn't mean KOTOR 1 isn't good, but... Use one archer. I thought about doing a Radiance of the Dawn opener, but Cloud of Daggers is still just better.
Some bloody work.
How are you not asleep? That's different. That's very different. Alright, I have to completely change my approach here because they're not surprised. And there's a lot more enemies than there normally are. I wonder if you'll turn into gnolls still. That's very different.
At the ready.
Hey, happy Zara. Yeah, good point on Westwood. Shoot. It's so hard to go back to play KOTOR, though, for me anyhow. I bought on my Switch a while back. I really had to play that, and I was like, oh god, forgot all the advancements we made in games for the past 22 years. It's one of those things you have to put yourself in a very particular year to play. Clouded Dagger's kind of good. Adds a spiritual weapon. Look how many hits it's been able to tank here. Doesn't have that much HP, but it's got excellent resists. Like, look at this. 2 immunities, resists everything else. Like, actually everything.
I won't give in.
And people say spiritual weapon isn't good. Not serious people, of course. Gonna have to get creative here. Not great accuracy, I don't have the right weapon on. Avon's free. Larkin working, appreciate you. Hey Thropsy. G3 would have likely done just as well if Larian had Pathfinder setting or Divinity or 40k or whatever. I don't agree. Because remember, Forgotten Realms is the most popular D&D setting, and this game reached across the borders of, like, people who have never played D&D, people who have never played a CRPG, people who have never played a game before, in a way that very few games have done. So I think it was a combination of multiple factors, and I think a bunch of different things contributed. Like, sure, there was Larian fans coming from DOS too, but there's also Baldur's Gate IP fans. That's why I cared about this game. I had never played a Larian game, but I was a really big fan of BG 1 and 2. So that's what got me in the door. And then there's a bunch of people where this was like the first game they really latched onto. And then there's a bunch of people from tabletop who were like, okay, well, this game's doing numbers, and I know this setting, let's play it. I do think it being Forgotten Realms mattered. I got time before I have to deal with that archer, so let's deal with this one.
Can't slow down.
Don't love that hit rate. Really should have switched weapons. That helps. Cool. That was not a fight I expected to be in. W mod. I have 3 actions, haste and bloodlust. Just like stuff you can use on every build. BG3 was my first actual chance at engaging with D&D in some way, and also the first game that made me feel like I could actually get into more games. Love to hear it, Chaotix. Very happy that the game reached you. Brought you into the gaming space from a spawn point that isn't inherently toxic like a lot of other IPs and genres. Bloodlust stacks with haste? Yep, they are not the same thing.
The easy path. Never wanted the easy path. Don't want to draw any attention. Free for the taking.
Okay, we still have this encounter.
Better than nothing.
Trying to rest more.
The gods are watching me. Very well.
The creature's eyes roll back.
Magic. Now you're playing like a paladin gamer. Take it back. Okay. I was a brand new player into this world of D&D and BG3, changed my whole mindset, opened the door to meeting people playing new games similar. Love to hear it. Checking Bloodlust wiki page. It says Bloodlust does not benefit from extra actions. That's confusing. I don't think you read that the way you say you did. Let's pull it up. Notes. In Honor Mode, the extra action does not benefit from extra attack. That's completely different from what you said. That's not the same thing. Not only am I playing a build that isn't high enough level to have extra attack, I'm not playing a class that gets extra attack, so why would any of that be confusing? You saw me with 3 action points, I used 3 actions. It's not confusing at all. Morning, Smelly. How are you? Jake says hi. Nice doggy. I'm sure he thinks he is one.
No time for mercy.
That's why I did Wyvern Toxin, so if I missed, Tenacity could still inflict some rather significant damage. These are not archers, so I can afford to let 2 of them in range of me, but not more than 2. Alright, this is the point where I probably need Blade Ward if I don't secure a kill. Jake, come on, man. I'd like to get all 4 of them, but I don't want to provoke an opportunity attack, so... Oh, Radiating Orb, so good! Look, the orbs technically mattered. Hey, Bizarreweed. I have a question. Let's say you have an extra bonus action via an item or a dip on Thief. You use level 7 Eldritch Knight feature twice, assuming you use Booming Blade again via Bloodlust or Speed Potion. So that depends on how the game prioritizes it, and I think that means the answer is no. So, like, what the game does, and the reason why it works so favorably for Eldritch Knight with how people understand it, is you use Booming Blade with your action point as one of the attacks in your main action, right? And then once you deplete your action points, the game will be like, hey, do you want to use it as a bonus action now that you're done with that action point? I think you would have to use it as a main action again after using it as a bonus action. So I think you could get that to work, Happy Zura, if you did things in the order of, like, Booming Blade, attack, Booming Blade, then get another action point via Haste or Bloodlust applied at that point. Then you Booming Blade again with the main action, then you could Booming Blade with the bonus action. That's my understanding based on how the game tends to handle War Magic. The versions that both War Cleric and Eldritch Knight get. Hey, Exile, thank you for the 10 months. Sorry for the essay? No, don't be. Having 3 gnolls attack me when I have less than 30 HP, no crit immunity, and no damage reduction is a bit bold, which is why I'm prioritizing Blade Ward.
Boring blade talk again? Sue dull. Sue boring.
Sue dull. No, Dusk, we're not doing this every day, man. While I pack stuff, thanks to the alert, Dave. Shouldn't have used Warding Flare. Need it for tenacity. You can do up to 13 damage. Or no, up to... Okay, up to 10. So I only need to maintain 21 HP here. I can afford to not have Blade Ward for a turn. I don't want to, but I can afford it. We allow the hits, because I want tenacity. Right now that there's just one. We're fine. Ward and clear the crit, though. Still hit me, because armor class is a bad defensive feature. Solo this fight too if I wore the best armor in the game. Later, Mick.
No traps, please.
$69 XP off. Nice. Meow.
Maybe I need more pockets. Looks like a Saloonite necklace. Cursed to put my hands on everything. Out of sight, out of mind.
I actually prefer lightning charges here.
Have to keep going.
I want to hold off on using this Cloud of Daggers, even though I really like using Cloud of Daggers on certain things. I normally use one on Andric and Brenna, but I'm not going to this time.
Here goes nothing.
Aiden White Priest. Hat is so big, isn't it great? Alright, we're at that part of the run, chat. I need you to talk me out of picking up heavy armor proficiency and using adamantine splint. Alright, go. One, don't. But the orbs, though?
Here goes nothing.
That's what I think about your orbs.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
There'd be a reason not to. It would tie up the one free level that I have. Which could be used for Wizard Dip for diversifying my spells, could be used for Hexblade Dip for damage.
I knew where to find some.
And the hat counts heavy armor? It should. You lose the dex points if you get the heavy armor?
Wonder what's past this.
No. It's not how any of that works. Hey, Gloriosa. XP. Couple small things that I messed up stopped me from having the XP for the level already. I was planning on going to Filro and stealing the note from him for a little bit of XP, but that's always super duper risky. I haven't saved Balin yet. I suppose that's something I could do. Armies of Radiant Orbs good and Poison Damage bad join forces, would they be too strong? No, because it's just the same people. And they would be defeated by a sentence longer than 4 words.
Back. I do enjoy a good bargain. if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
The reading comprehension boss would be too much for them. Bladesinger run to honor the most OP class in BG3-1. I was trying to cope my way into some Bladesinger value recently, and it's just... It's always more shit than you remember it is. It's truly impressive stuff.
So many minds connected.
Hey, Tutok, happy birthday. In a co-op run right now, trying to decide if I want Splint, Scale, or Shield from the Forge right now. Scale is good if you are playing a Barbarian. Because, you know, keep your rage going. Shield is just kind of good on everyone. And Splint is the best defensive armor in the entire game.
Sharp, deep, is still fresh. May the gods take you first. That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Our defensive armor right here. I'm gonna start calling my butt cheeks defensive armor.
These boots have seen everything. I'll feel that one later.
You recognize the name.
Scroll. What are you doing? Get out of there! God. I can finally breathe. Ah, right, as
He makes it here. This should be the level. I like waiting until level 5 to go to Grimforge. Means we get more XP out of the exploration spots in the area. Is it an actual evil playthrough if I don't give the Noble Stock to Balin? Why would you give the Noble Stock to Balin? Have you spoken to Dareth or the Rothe about Balin? RP reasons only that? Well, if you give the Noble Stock to Balin, you are in fact a piece of shit.
There you are. Did you bring the
Dude beat his wife for 70 years. So not only do you just get less benefits in gameplay, you're also giving the guy who beat his wife for 70 years the thing. No.
His hands are empty as a whole. We'll have to start collecting noble stock. Go on then. Hand it.
Even if you don't want to give it to Dareth for some reason, don't give it to Balin.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Fuck that guy till the end of time. Met some Balin apologists not long ago. They were fun. Check their fucking hard drives. So I said an evil playthrough. Oh, so you got the tenses backwards there. You said if you don't give the noble stock to Balin, so I got kind of confused there. But like also, here's the thing about doing evil playthroughs in this game: you don't have to be stupid. So like there's a difference between doing something that's like self-serving and doing something that's just like, all right, this doesn't even help you. Why did you do it? Like for example, instead of giving the noble stock to Balin, which does nothing positive for you, just keep it for you to use yourself in an emergency. That's the most selfish, and it's more beneficial than giving it to that guy. Like, raiding the Grove is a good example of a stupid evil decision. It's just... You're losing more than you're gaining, but after Act 1, being evil is almost always just better. So you could go utilitarian evil. Remember, we even have different depictions of evil like that in the villains of the game. Orin is the one who just does the most edgy thing she can think of in any moment, and the plan falls apart because of her specifically. Ketheric is the one who's selfish beyond all reason and can't function without every sentence involving the word Isabel, and that ends up being his undoing. And then Gortash is the one who's very like, alright, how can I make the plan work? What does the most for me? That's why Gortash is the last one standing of the three. Yeah, no, you're good, Glorious. I got it. We all got there. You're good. You're good. English is a stupid language, in your defense. Aerith is actually the abuser since she took advantage of her amnesiac husband. Yeah, check their hard drives. Hi, Kevin. He's very cat. And 2 invis pots is expensive. We'll buy 1. I shouldn't be selling camp supplies with how often I'm resting, but sell a little bit.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Played BG 1 and 2, what do you think of Saravok and 3? Logical conclusion for the character. There's a lot of people who like to write fan fiction in their head of what Saravok and Viconia would have ended up as in BG3, not understanding that they just took the most direct line from who their characters are in the previous games and played those out.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
You have to jump through hoops to change the alignments of both Saravak and Viconia in the expansion for BG2 after 2 full games, 2.5 full games even, of decisions. That's like an active thing you have to go out of your way to do. And the Viconia one was even infamous for its time because you needed like game guides to do it on your first time. So, Larian was like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna go with, hey, what if that didn't happen? And logically, Saravak never gets out of his father's shadow, and Viconia never gets out of her evil deity's shadow. Narratively, those work as parallels to the characters whose storylines they're placed in. Did Saravak become good in 2? No. Even if you convince him to stop trying to do the whole ballast thing, no, he doesn't become good. You can get him to change his alignment from evil to neutral. And you can convince him to start thinking for himself. Now, if that's your headcanon for what he ended up doing after BG2, the way you make that work with BG3 is like, hey, he tried, he failed, he relapsed. That's simple. With Viconia, you don't have the ease of doing that, because you have to actually be like, alright, this is a retcon. But it's only a retcon if you are determined that the most edge case of her outcomes in BG2 is like the canon. So, cutting off the branches. Sometimes with sequels, you just decide what happened and what didn't happen. And this is not unprecedented, because in, they did the same thing in BG2. Like, no matter who you ran around with in BG1, in BG2, your party is set at the start of the game. They're like, alright, you were traveling with these people. It's not new. Saravak in BG1's such a good antagonist. Really don't like what he's become in 5e and BG3. I don't really agree. I think outside of the weird incest stuff, he's logically and ideologically the same character. He's a pretender to the throne of murder. That's who he's always been. His entire story is a story of failure. And that's good, because that's meant to tell the player, hey, leaning into your heritage doesn't actually necessarily make you more successful. He's meant to be your dark mirror in the first game, and he loses to you because of that. And then in the second game, they continue that theme. Doesn't click with me that he was a homeless bum on the street at some point. Why wouldn't he be? He lost everything, died, came back to life, and had a fresh start. Why wouldn't he be, like, incognito for a bit?
I want to have a word. We'll be clear. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Kind of like Arenicus or however his name's spelled. You like that guy? I mean, what do you mean like? Think he functioned well as a villain? Or you like that guy? As a bad guy? Yeah, he functioned pretty well as a bad guy.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
bad guys are interesting, or they can be at least. Yeah, they certainly can be. See a connection between BG1, 2 mains fans, not like any of the recurring companions. I mean, I'm a BG1, 2 fan. I'm fine with it. So, like, let me present it this way. What's the alternative? Would you rather they've canonized a less likely outcome for the character because that's what your personal decision-making process was? Personally, I would say that, like, this is the danger of bringing back just any recurring characters that had any amount of multiple choice in their storyline, but the problem is, when every choice is multiple choice, you can't really do that. Like, Jaheira can be killed in every game she appears in, yet she keeps appearing in the next one. Jaheira is a great inclusion to this game, and I think, overall, if you weigh the pros and cons there, that's still the correct decision. But, like, all of the characters in BG1 can be killed, and they still show up in BG2. And all the characters that show up in BG3 that could be killed in BG2, well, they can still show up in BG3. I don't view the storyline choices as any different than that. Personally, I would not bring back Viconia in one of the epilogues in BG2. She dies. I think you're missing the point that I'm making there, Daryl. Basically, all of those characters have multiple points at which they can die. So, if I go with your logic there, you're bringing back nobody, which, that's a choice. Fine. But, like, let's remain logically consistent here. And the one where Viconia dies is the one where her alignment changes. So, again, the least common outcome. And that is not accounting for the fact that in 2 separate games you have the opportunity to just not save her from being burned at the stake. It's not accounting for the fact that if you keep her in a party with good party members for too long, some of them will try to kill her. They picked a lane and they went with it. And they went with the most common one, and that's she didn't change.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters.
My buddy doesn't like BG3 because they removed to hit armor class 0.
Elf.
I say this respectfully, with love. Your buddy's a fucking moron.
Where's Gek? Who are you? What about Gek? Where's he? Come on.
You continue for...
That system was garbage.
Well, I'll be plowed.
You shithead!
Spit it out!
Drugno!
You're shitting with...
That's it. Who's the whom, Greyman? Another slave for the dig? That your twat's old chum. Then I'm warning you.
What's the hit armor class 0? It's basically the attack roll system back in the edition of D&D that BG 1 and 2 was in. It's extremely counterintuitive. It's bad.
What's a fort like this
doing in the Underdark?
As Daryl said, it's just attack but backwards. So, like, invert AC, that's what it is.
Absolutely not. Or you'd be killing history itself.
This again?
Yes, this again. Help. A son.
Game also gives some basis for her reverting to. Jaheira does have dialogue with Shadowheart talking about Viconia. So does Minsk.
Fresh eyes. I doubt I'll find fresher.
But then there's also context clues. Like, if you use the Mirror of Loss as anyone except for Shadowheart. Shadowheart uniquely, all of the memories she gets back to get stats are her own, which is a really cool detail. Like, the dialogue changes, and it's like, they're all you. But for everyone else, if you go for the wisdom memory, it's explicitly Viconia's. So, in Viconia's room, in the same place, there's a journal detailing how they spammed the Mirror of Loss on Shadowheart for over 40 years to try to mold her into what they wanted her to be. Viconia was on the outs with Shar, secretly, in the background, but she knew this. Her church didn't know this, but she knew this. So the mirror was used on her, at least in some capacity. Now, maybe she elected to use it to try to be more of what Shar wanted her to be, but at any rate, the brainwashing tool was used on Viconia at least an amount of times in the century and a half since we last saw her. So, like, I don't know, she was still in the evil brainwashing cult and didn't get the character development. It's not like any logical leaps were made. People who knew her were like, yeah, this is in character. Like, in the game. Characters that knew her were like, yeah, yep, she would do that. Really like how you can shape Shart, like, her killing her own parents is damn evil. Well, depends on the motivation. You can end up in a situation where she's mercy killing them, you can end up in a situation where she is all but coerced into it, or you can end up in a situation where she is gleefully taking the power that she thinks she has worked for. But much like Lae'zel and Astarion, and Gale, she tends to only turn out a real piece of shit if the player pushes her in that direction. Can you have her kill her parents and give her to Viconia? You cannot.
I don't need any attention right now.
Like, expanding on my point there, let's talk Astarion specifically. If you bring Astarion with you to several of his companion things in Act 3, he will say and do things that he will not do if you send him in by himself. You as the player are a bad influence on him, like, canonically.
Hope this ends well.
With Lae'zel, the more hands-off you are with her storyline, the less likely she is to remain loyal to Black at the end of the game. With Shadowheart, the less you actually talk to her and get her to question her own motivations, the more likely she is to remain with Shar. So that's kind of an inversion in that way. But, like, if you just, even without really weighing in too much, simply talk to her about, like, everything possible, trigger as many dialogues as possible. Once again, even without pushing her to, like, push back on Shar, she will make the decision to do so herself. Simply by coaching her to, like, actually be an individual, a thinking, breathing, feeling being, rather than a mouthpiece, she decides, actually, wait, no. with Gale, he will only want to ascend if you encourage him, and you don't bring him to talk to Mishra. And that leaves Will, Karlak, Halsin, Minthara, Jaheira, and Minsk, who are all just kind of who they are. They're people who are less moldable. They're very set in who they are, and all you really change is the position they end up in, rather than, you know, the fabric of their being.
Another scrying eye. Best to keep my distance.
Trying to take her agency away during the Nightsong encounter has a negative result.
Publicly displayed.
Try to keep Shard at my camp, even though I released Nightsong, she's not on the Shadowfell. Killed her in camp once Shadowfell. After getting out of the body, her dead-ass body will appear. Yeah. It's the only companion event that you have to actually bring the person for. For everyone else, they don't have to be there. Astarion doesn't like it if you kill Cazador without him, but it's fine. Karlak doesn't like it if you kill Gortash without her, but it's fine. Lae'zel doesn't like it if you go to the, like, astral prison without her, but it's fine.
You ain't been the same since that rock slide.
With haste.
With Shadowheart, if you do not bring her to the Shadowfell, no matter what choice you make, then that's that. If you don't really push Gale one way or the other, does he end up sacrificing himself Act 2? If he's in your party when you go there, you will have to have a dialogue with him. He'll be like, alright, I'm gonna do it. And then you have to tell him either yes or no. So that's one where the game kind of forces you to be hands-on. However, if you just don't bring him in your party there, then later on you'll be like, I was supposed to sacrifice myself. But you could just, like, listen to him talk, and it's fine. Gale has a point system like Shad's does technically. Yeah, it's just his is, I guess less impactful. I don't want to say that, because that's not necessarily true. That's kind of bad framing. But with his, it's more subtle things, like a lot of his lines have multiple deliveries depending on how much he cares about the whole crown thing. But the points of variation are simpler than with Shadowhearts. With Shadowhearts, you have either approval or Nightsong points, and then you have either approval or parent points, etc. Actually, no, not either approval or parent points, just parent points in Act 3. But with Gale, it's like, did he talk to Mishra? Did you tell him to chill the fuck out? You don't even really need approval or anything at that point. You don't need to have had many conversations with him. You could talk to him, like, twice, and it's fine. Do you think everyone should have gotten a point system? Ideally, yes. I think it's weird that Shadowheart has 2 point systems and Will doesn't have dialogue. I think that's a little uneven.
Inside.
Mistra's unlikable character, yeah. The fact that there's still some Mistra defenders shows that no, that's the thing when you adapt something, because a lot of people, again, Forgotten Realms, that's where this game is set, is D&D's most popular setting. So people have a lot of attachment and experience and history with characters in the setting. There's a site code over here. Why is there a site code over here? Oh, there's already an ooze. Interesting. So you'll see some characters like defend Demistra when she's literally saying, hey, go kill yourself.
A steel mold.
you don't have to solve this problem, and in fact, this gives you one of the game's worst endings, but go kill yourself. And then when you say no, and give as a reason, when she asks you why, like, hey, you know, a lot of people are gonna die if I do that, she'll be like, mortals die. Like, she wants you to mass murder for her convenience, and not to even solve the problem. And then some people will be like, but she's good, actually. It's like, well, look at her actions strictly through the lens of what she does in this game, and no, she fucking isn't. To the point where even the character who's entirely defined by his loyalty to Mystra, that being Elminster, Elminster's like, you shouldn't listen to that. Here's what you should do. I've been looking through the game files. It's the first time I found out you can speak with every spawn after you kill Cazador. Have you ever got those scenes? I don't think I've bothered to, no. Really, it's odd sight I've ever meet Mishra in a campaign. I don't care if it's level 1 or not, based. And this is all without even mentioning how much Mishra abused Gale. Yes. You have to break the staff without a Starion present. Ooh, interesting. I don't think I've ever done that. No, I have once, but I never talked to them. Extra ooze mats? Yeah. That might mean there's enough for 2 crafts of Guileful. Because there's the 1 dead ooze over here, right? In the Merrigan room. So an extra ooze being added there. I think that means 2 crafts. That's probably still just 1 shy, actually, because it's 3. Was Mystra panicking the Absolute? She doesn't care? She doesn't care about the Absolute. She cares about the crown.
How much further can I go?
Like, if you go through with what Mystra tells Gale to do, and you have Gale blow up in Act 2, it kills the Chosen, destroys the brain and the crown and stuff, but the narrator very explicitly spells out that now everyone who is infected, who wasn't in that immediate blast radius, they all transform and the Mind Flayers start fucking everything up. And this is over a scene of Elminster looking absolutely horrified that Gale went through with it.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Mystra's low-key the biggest op in this game. I still think that's Raphael, but Mystra sucks. You won't catch an argument from me. Alright, I don't really want to keep succeeding stealth here.
Should work.
To be honest. Gotta crash it. Game can't handle multi-bombs sometimes. Asking Gale to explode is forgivable, even the best option in other circumstances, giving 0 shits about the consequences, some Greek god bullshit so she can go fuck herself. Like, there are versions of her saying, hey, only you can do this. You are uniquely equipped to solve this problem in a way where deities don't have to directly intervene. this is your connection to this, and this is how you can solve this. Like, she could have explained this in a way where it's like, okay, this is actually a heroic sacrifice that, you know, Gale is a possible solution to this problem. She could have done that. But instead, no. She told her ex, kill yourself and I might forgive you. And I don't care if these mortals die in the process. It's like, oh, okay. Sure. And remember, she also obfuscated Gale's actual connection to the events. Instead of explaining, you know, the whole Karsus thing, she left him to find that out himself. Her ex that she first met when he was a literal child, yes. Minsk jokes about that in dialogue. Raph was a letdown for me. He starts off strong as that ominous character, but in Act 3 he's basically begging for the crown, nothing to offer you. I mean, he offers you the Orphic Hammer. Which, if you have been playing in a way where you don't trust the Emperor, that's pretty enticing. He offers you autonomy from the squid that has been manipulating you the entire game. Mistra DiCaprio. Kill yourself and I might forgive you for this horrible, unforgivable thing. I won't tell you the reason it's unforgivable and horrible, you just gotta figure it out. Sorry. And the reason why Raphael is, back to Raphael talk, we're jumping between topics here. Raphael's like the greater scope villain because you can connect him to so many threats. Like, Raphael is the reason that Yrgir killed all the Dark Justiciars. At the behest of the contractor who built Moonrise. And then, like, Raphael's also the reason why Orpheus got betrayed and locked up. Like, he's got his fingers in a little bit of everything. So, like, he's the greater scope villain for the game. Mr. McConaughey, I get older, my chosen stay the same age. Alright, alright, alright. Is Raph involved in the Shadow Curse? But, like, the builder of Moonrise wanted to, like, get even with the Dark Justiciars. So he entered into a contract with Raphael, and Raphael sent Yrgir to go kill all the Sharans, but then Raphael also told Lurthendor how to loophole that so that Yrgir would get stuck there, so that Raphael could effectively void the contract and get Yrgir into his service in a more permanent capacity. It's all chess that he was playing there. What if Orpheus was betrayed and trapped in the time chamber for 100 years? God damn it, Tyloops. Dragon Ball YouTube would be like. Also, I'll give it to Raphael that he never actually lies to you. I mean, that's a pretty consistent devil thing in this game, between Raphael and Mizora. And Will even says something about Mizora that really speaks to that for me. Will says that that's the thing with Mizora. She's always worth hearing out. Like, that's what makes her dangerous. And Raphael's very much cut from the same cloth. Like, they will offer you a deal. It's like, damn, that'd be stupid not to take that. But, like, there's always a series of catches. And often the circumstances around which the deal was even offered were arranged by the devil themselves.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Solo Paladin run's going well, by the way. About to finish up the crash. Nice, Chris.
Another step forward.
Do you think Mizora told the Tiamat cultists that Duke Ravengard was out of town? I think that she specifically had something to do with the Cult of the Dragon choosing that particular time to strike. Yeah, because, like, why would she care? You even have a dialogue option to ask Will, like, why would Mizora or Zariel care about this? Knows frustrated artistic careers create devils. Raphael just wants to sing. He just wants to sing about his dog, right?
Very well.
Fried rice, onions, and green beans sounds great.
Exhausted.
15 wisdom, this isn't the Quag I know. You've changed, man. Listen, I'm just going through some stuff. It's a phase. Finish my hot chalky. Today's a good day. I'm almost done with my coffee, and I kind of want a chai latte. I might order one.
Anything of
But, like,
use?
the problem is, last time I ordered one, 3/4 of it was spilled in the fucking bag on top of the food, so, like, it was all ruined, and I was very triggering. I don't want to do that again.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
15 wisdom, perfect for saving against paralysis. Oh yeah, let me go try that. Not wearing armor in protest, people saying high AC is a good defensive stat. So, like, the only armor that I had on me was the luminous armor. So this is in protest of two things. One, AC is dog shit. And two, luminous armor is also dog shit. So I would rather wear nothing, just to prove the point that I don't get weaker by wearing nothing. AC gives you a false sense of security. It's either you stack stupid amounts of it or just roll with what you have. Same shit applies to any Baldur's Gate game. It's definitely a false sense of security, especially because, like, again, it applies to a subset of things. It doesn't do anything against non-attack roll stuff. But then the amount you need to actually be completely safe is a lot higher than people think it is, and you also need crit immunity, and the opportunity cost of getting that is pretty immense in a lot of situations when you could just choose a better defensive avenue and then free up slots for other things too. Like, by prioritizing HP and damage reduction, you are using far fewer gear slots. This is one of the reasons why Adamantine Splint is the best defensive armor in the game, because it's serviceable AC, high damage reduction, and critical hit immunity, all in one slot. you give up 1 slot for all of those things, and then you don't need to worry about anything else. Meaning you can give up the other slots that you would have been using to hit AC thresholds, or if you're doing, let's say, Helldusk plus a crit immunity item, well, you freed up a slot for offensive bonuses. Critical hood immunity. The way I think about AC is you need to be getting more value than just defense out of it, like you're playing around Cold Snap, Holy Lance Helm, that sort of thing. Right, right. In my last run, I did go higher AC than I like to in Act 3 because I was using Cold Snap. That was a way to justify that. I was getting value out of things missing me more of the time. Always swap Adamantine for that Act 3 damage armor, just like it too much, slap Alder and Helmet, I'm good. Armor persistence is very good. This is not me saying it's not. But, again, the thing about Adamantine Splint is consolidation. Like, if you're going to use the Helm of Baldurin, sure, no downside. You would have no real reason to use Adamantine over persistence at that point. But if you wanted to use your helmet slot for something else while maintaining your crit immunity, that's where Adamantine remains relevant. Like, if you wanted to use any of the Act 3 helmets that take your damage up to another level, then that's where Adamantine rears its head and it's like, hey, I'm him. No, I'm her.
Trap. Be cautious. An idol of Shah. Shadowheart might want to see this.
AC's great until you roll natural ones twice in a row and get thank you the crossbow for your entire life in one round. Well, AC is just gambling, and like gambling is not a consistent survival method. Final straws when I had 23 AC and a goblin was able to hit me through it. Memes? Yeah, like 23 AC means almost everything in the game can still hit you. The only things that can miss you at that point are things that don't have any bonuses at all. Because everything in the game can hit you on 22 AC. Everything. Only after that point, if they have penalties, do you have things that, like, can't hit you at that threshold. Because on Tactician, everyone gets a +2 to hit, and they're rolling on a d20. If they're proficient with their weapon, they add their proficiency bonus, which is at least +2. If their weapon's magical, add +1, at least. If they have a positive attacking stat, add that. If they have additional bonuses, like a fighting style, like archery fighting style, and some enemies get archery fighting style twice. Like the skeleton archers in the Blighted Village, where Shovel is, they get archery twice, they can attack you from high ground, they're proficient with their weapons, and they have high dexterity. So you could have, 30 AC, and they're like, nuh-uh, I hit you anyway. 30. And these are, like, early game enemy.
Saw it myself. Friends still ain't caught a whiff of her. Slaves are paying the price. Those pricks will get nowhere with just axes. Friends got toasted.
That's what radiating orbs for. Oh. That one fucking hyena. But there's some AC breakpoints to keep in mind if you are going to be AC tanking. And I find that these thresholds are all higher than what, AC stands seem to think is high AC. Like, if you want most things here in Act 1 to miss you, you're looking at needing 28 AC, and that still doesn't cover everything. If you want Githyanki archers to miss you, you want 31 AC. If you want Voss to miss you, you need 39 AC. If you want Saravok and Orin to miss you, you need 34 AC. Like, and that's with crit immunity, by the way. Of course, you play word for jump. How did I not think of that? Featherfall at home. Only now realizing the light domain can cast Destructive Wave. That'll be cool. Yeah, Destructive Wave's an awesome spell. Blade Ward has the fall damage. Last fighter run I did, I had like 32 AC in Act 3, also had Warding Bond, Crit Immunity. The build just focused on the type of build from the start. Never would I only take high AC. Yeah, like the resistances, the crit immunity were definitely good. This is not to say that AC can't be a good supplement for other defensive stats, but like you prioritize those. The highest AC I've gotten in BG3. I mean, you can get into the 70s if you want to. Probably higher, but there's no real reason to do so. The highest AC that I've bothered to get, low 50s. But it doesn't do anything. Nobody rolls higher than Voss. With the exception of, like, edge cases you have to sort of arrange. So at 39 AC, you have enough for everything in the entire game. There's no reason to go farther. Rather have 22 AC than 10, still better just cut the damage and count on luck. I would rather have 0 AC and 1 damage reduction than no damage reduction and 99 AC. Not exaggerating.
This calls for careful footwork. It feels like my magic is getting drained.
You know if Larian's working on anything new? They just announced a new Divinity game a month ago. Surprised you didn't hear about it. Can't even get so high AC, can't comprehend anything more than 25. 25 isn't even high. Like, with nothing equipped and just 1 buff, I'm at 15. Getting 10 more from this point is not difficult. Equipping my shield, that's 17. I don't have any armor on, but like, I equip this, let's say I had lightning charges, that's 18. I could mage armor to get to 21. Ring of Protection, 22. Cloak of Protection, 23. Shoes from Madison, Act 2, 24. Defender Flail from Mountain Pass, 25. It's very, very easy to get to that level of AC. Just, I'd say have good dexterity, use shields, and you're gonna be hovering around 22 to 25 AC on like every build. Now, you don't need to think about AC because it's a garbage defensive stat that's worse than every other one of its analogs, but if you care about it. How do you get 39? Haste is +2, Terrazul is +2. Well, let's not go with Act 3 stuff. Let's go with a reasonable high AC figure for before Act 3. So, Helldusk Armor is the elephant in the room here. It is the AC armor in the game. Yes, Armor of Agility is technically capable of going 1 point higher, but it has no damage reduction, so it is simply worse. We'll be going for Helldusk Armor here. Helldusk Armor with Defense Fighting Style, wearing a second piece of armor somewhere, is +2 AC, so that's starting you at 23 AC there. Ring of Protection, 24 AC. Defender Flail, 25 AC. Shoes from Madison Act 2, I forget the name. Is it, Evasive Shoes? 26 AC. Ring of Shadows, 27 AC. Did I mention the Cloak? If I didn't, 28 AC. And then Iron Banded Shield to 31 AC. That's 31, with just equipped gear and defense fighting style from either fighter or ranger or paladin. Ring of Shadows, I might have said the wrong one. The one that gives you AC while you're obscured. It's over by the Measles. Ring of Twilight, that's the name, Ring of Twilight. So that's already 31 AC. You can haste yourself to be at 33 AC from there. Going beyond that requires additional investment. Yeah, Shadows of the Past Without Trace one. Twilight's the AC one. If you have no access to heavy armor, do you prefer Adamantine Shield or Scale Mail? I prefer the Shield because you could couple that with Dark Justiciar Half-Plate, which has 2 damage reduction instead of 1. I see, but then your gear gives you nothing else but AC. Exactly. 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 Thank you for saying that. The problem with stacking that level of AC is that you're giving up all other effects of your gear for the purpose of AC. So why would you do that instead of using fewer gear slots to make it so that things hitting you is not something you care about, and then you get all of the other things that you want from your gear. You get your damage, you get your movement, you get your initiative, you get all that stuff. Hey Gage, pretty lady with big hat spot. Isn't the hat great? I fucking love the hat. Alright. I missed a couple AC things in that calc. There's AC gloves for another +1, so that'd be 34 AC. And that's without getting into, you could have Swords Barred for defensive flourish. You could have Warding Bond from somewhere for another 1. Like, you can get your AC before Act 3 up to a point where you are almost able to tank Voss without needing any specific class features beyond what you could get at level 1. Shield is +5, yeah. That's definitely the first thing I noticed. There's an extra animated armor here. Handling boss is a lot easier if you don't care that he hits you 3 times. Yeah, my preferred strategy for handling boss is ensuring that he hits me 3 times, but having effects on so that he damages himself each time he hits me. I took him out in 2 turns last time I fought him, and he did 90% of the damage just by hitting me. Helldusk Armor offers damage reduction? Yes, Helldusk Armor has 3 damage reduction. That's the highest in slot. So that's why, one of the many reasons why it's better than the Armor of Agility, because the Armor of Agility has nothing going for it except for AC. Whereas the Helldusk is, at worst, 1 point less. And that's assuming you get the highest possible dexterity value you can have. Helldusk is only 1 point less on AC, while still having 3 damage reduction to the Armor of Agility 0. And then Helldusk's DR also applies to non-attacks. Oh, there's 2 extra animated armors, I see.
Time to press ahead.
Helldusk plus Heavy Armor Master plus Blade Ward. Good luck harming me. Yep.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
And if Glut makes you stoned, even better. I mean, cast Stone Skin. Well, the thing about Stone Skin is it's not necessarily better than Blade Ward, because Stone Skin only covers non-magical damage. But it can be very beneficial used in the correct place, for sure. Hey, Cold Prospect. How are you? Feel stupid. Didn't know the flower did this to animated armor. I mean, inspecting everything in the game eventually, leads you to be like, hey, this is magic. This turns off magic. I wonder. And the answer is yes, it does. Co-op partners made a scale armor and a mace on dibs on Helldusk. It's like, there are no bad adamantine items. But getting neither the splint nor the shield is certainly questionable. Tired as fuck today, work's been a pain, hope y'all are doing better. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Hope things slow down for you in like a non-harmful way. My proudest moment so far in BG3 is when I figured out I could use super flower, Scissor Flower to disable these guys. Hey, yeah, it's nice when you feel like you've solved something. I think this is why so many of us in the challenge running section of the fandom really like Merkle, because Merkle very much is a puzzle to solve. So there's a pretty immense feeling of satisfaction when you feel as if you feel as if things have clicked there, you know? The mace is underrated, IMO. Makes all bludgeoning bypass resist, you fall damage on arm strikes. Like, the mace is very good. I used it on my no-hit run. Not just because the armor would have been pointless for me. But like, a big part of my boulette strategy was using the adamantine mace to make my thrown hammers bypass the boulette's resistance. I also used it against Cazador. For the same reason. Are you winning, son? I think I am. While we're glazing damage reduction, my Ham Rogue reduced 48 slashing damage to 9 while fighting Malice. We just duked it out over quite a few turns, and I drank 1 regular healing potion. Incredible. Extremely common Ham Rogue W. Quag, you should go up to the cliff edge and shoot the larva elemental from there. Yeah, I should. I had to solve Merkle. Those fancy one-shot videos pre-honor mode just no longer apply. Merkle for me is basically a test of resilience. I personally like going all in on bludgeoning damage on Merkle, because you'll notice he doesn't resist magical bludgeoning damage. It's just neutral. So if you can find a way to apply a vulnerability there, well then it's actual vulnerability. It also just so happens that there's a way to do this on every character. If you summon a water elemental from the Conjure Elemental spell, which you could get in scroll form from character level 7, you can apply the Brittle condition to Merkle. And if you do, that is vulnerability to bludgeoning and thunder damage. So you can go smack him with a big ol' booming blade on your favorite bludgeoning weapon and do a lot. I think I have a relevant clip. Yeah, it's a few months old, but here's a Merkle one-shot if you want to see. Water Elemental is the best summon in this game. It isn't close. Yeah, I feel like you're... I can't think of something that does the level of, like, bullying the game the Water Elemental does. I mean, Ginny is really cool. But, yeah.
Quiet. Move with care. Never wanted the easy path.
Might be overstating it with isn't close, but Water Ellie just has so much going for it. Strength, cast, and stat, multi-tag at DRS with 4 damage instances. Brittle's really good. Winter's Breath is AoE prone. Water Buddy just stays winning. It's really good defensively, too. Hey, is it one of the ones that's natively immune to paralysis? It might not be that one. That might just be, like, air. But it's immune to prone. It's got decent HP, decent resists.
At the ready.
Explains a lot from my first playthrough. Swap from Water Ellie to Genie at some point, and damage somehow disappeared. The Genie's good. He's just more tanky than like being an actual tanky and disruptive than being an actual damage enabler. I think I'll go Radiance of the Dawn here. I have that available, right? Kind of hoping for more, but that's okay. I wasn't worried about these guys because I have enough HP that even if their slashing damage crit on me, I'd be fine. And I switched to an Elixir of Fire Resistance, so I was immune to the burning condition, meaning that couldn't tick on me, and any fire damage they did to me was cut in half. With only 3 of them here, even if they went for something like Heat Metal, which they can't on anything that I'm using right now. I don't think this is metal, at least. Even if 2 of them clicked it, I'd be fine. But this is an instance where not wearing luminous armor is better because I'm not wearing metal, so they can't target them. Unfortunately, the hat's made of metal is your disadvantage. Well, I'm not taking it off. This hat is never coming off.
Another step forward.
Their mob that keeps hats on when kipping. Good question. Why, what's under there? The Absolute. Also, the bear is large by default, so if you give him a Colossus Elixir, you can do Owlbear from the top rope. Owlbear from the top rope annoys me as a strat because it's not even the most efficient version of itself. You can just do Rothe 2 levels earlier, or regular bear, and like, nobody ever talks about that, and it fucking annoys me. Like, no, this isn't an Owlbear thing, this is a people not reading their abilities thing. Rah!
This must be the forge. What a sight to behold.
Legend has it Carson's made the crown to mimic a fraction of the hat. Oh, you're saying there is. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I have to get that mod. Can you DM it to me, Danny? So I don't lose track of it. Yeah, thank you. I think it's just crushing damage. People think it's an owlbear thing. It's annoying. Like, often I'll criticize Owlbear Wild Shape as being not all that great, and then one of the defenses is, but Owlbear from the top rope, and it's like, oh yeah, you mean the thing that almost all of the Wild Shapes can also do? Yeah, yeah. Sure. I don't have a second-hand crossbow yet. Guess we long rest. I only use it because it's cute. That's valid.
Always a pleasure.
There you are, my friend. Are you now?
You need it if you have Hammerhaft? No, that's true.
Thankfully, I've had my needs met this evening.
I could do
I
Hammerhaft.
found a bear.
I'm so out of practice on
He
that, though.
took a little of my blood. I took all of his.
Oh, the thing about crush damage is you barely need height at all to do it. A huge creature jumping from a height high enough to take 1 fall damage will deal over 100 crush damage. I did a lot of crush on my, either my first or second run focused around the Slayer form. Like, I did the Grim Crush with the Slayer. I crushed the Owlbear with the Slayer. I think I also crushed Gortash with the Slayer. I crushed Tiscan with the Slayer. And it's pretty easy to set all of those up.
I mean, I think he was a bear. Big head, 4 legs, hair that gets stuck in your teeth.
Crush damage only run sometime.
Whatever it was, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Can you crush Merkle anymore? Because they specifically targeted how crush damage works on Merkle in an update. Because of speedrun strats. If you still can, then, like, maybe.
It's nothing compared to, well, other... Because those with power can do whatever the hell they... It could... No.
Ooh, someone's talking to me. It's just Withers. I guess I'll talk to him. Talk to her first.
That drow near is going to be on it. Nobody's ever given. This isn't the first. Thank you. I should have known.
I shall be here in
Step of the Wind persists into wild shapes. I have an idea for a Druid monkey. Step of the Wind turns to a Rothe, jumps on everybody's head in 1 turn. I like it. You could be super memey and also go Giant's Rage for that.
For a mere pittance, most should thou or any of...
Does Goomba Stomp crush damage take XP like they're on crush damage? No. Weirdly, as Jor said. Because it's still you being the object that's, like, doing it. Whereas when we throw a weapon, it's like the weapon is the one doing the fall damage. So the game's like, oh, that's not a creature, so I'm gonna count this as the creature jumped to their death willingly. I really tried Dragonborns. I don't like their aesthetics. Assuming it depends on build, or there's some better subrace options. Think of it through the lens of which resistance you want to pick up, Chris. That makes it the easiest to decide for me. Also, the breath weapons, with the exception of the fire ones, they're action refresh. So if they're the thing you click to start combat, your action point is still there. So all the ones except fire, I would recommend most highly. I tend to play the ones that give you the uncommon resists that are relevant. So early game cold resist is pretty good, because Ray of Frost crits can just kill you at the start of the game. Getting lightning resist for free is... Lightning and acid resist for free are, like, they're rare damage types for you to be taking as incoming damage, with the exception of you doing self-damage with, like, surface effects. But the cases where enemies are doing acid or lightning damage, it's big enough that, like, cutting it in half is pretty good. So, those are nice. Also, Quag's a certified scaly, so he can't relate to not being down bad for the lizards. Yeah, sure. Sure.
There's something I want to talk to you about. But sometimes I wonder if she would ever... Thank you.
I think we have like 80 approval with her without trying. Do Scalies hear the lizard people conspiracy theory and get excited? Probably. Saying sure as if it isn't the truth. I'm just a little guy. Why are you bullying me? I'm simply a little guy. Stomach, relax. Fire resist just in case. No, I've gotten screwed by that before. Still do crush damage if you feather fall? Yes. Later, Smelly. Add jail in 1 minute, you're not really gonna miss anything. Knee deep into lava first turn? Yep. Want to make sure they die, and that's a good way of doing it. An amount of damage.
Sometimes the only way out is through. Survival is all that matters. Better be cautious.
Stump his Fank equipping the mace. Just wish it was easier to do crush damage as a humanoid hitbox as Ryford or something. Yeah, it gets weird. Like, ghouls have a really generous hitbox for doing crush damage, and I don't really understand how that works. They're not too different shape-wise from humanoids, but just like a flying ghoul can very easily do crush damage just by flying. Shadowheart's a humanoid, she did crush damage in half the community. Half is a lowball. But you're right. This won't damage Grim, but like it'll kill 2 of the methods. Rude. Boo. Go for Grim. No? Fine. You think Karlach's nails during the Act 3 date would cause slashing or piercing damage? I think piercing, and then I would request slashing while receiving the piercing damage. And when that gets to be too much for my fragile body, we can switch to bludgeoning damage.
go from here?
Just ask the scientists about this. They say that it's true and real. Hmm. Simply don't get hit. Or do. Or get hit a lot. That's your preference. Another low roll?
So much for peace. Let's use this. Can't risk being in open view.
A minor illusion at home.
Time to push my luck again.
Use what you have available. Sanctuary plus spiritual weapon is really good there. There's crit immunity. I really want heavy armor proficiency, so I can use adamantine splint. I also like being able to use Grimskull Helm if I want to use something funkier in my chest slot for a bit and still have crit immunity, while keeping both of my hands free. But probably hold off my second craft for a while. 2.4k off of level 6. Resonance Stone MDMA. If my wizard has Blade Ward, does she take less damage during Lae'zel's romance? I mean, she mostly deals emotional damage, right? I don't think Blade Ward covers that.
These spiders aren't wild. They've been raised by local Dwergar and are fiercely loyal to...
I didn't speak with animals. I don't even know what this option does, and I'm curious. Wow, game. Alright, I guess I don't get to find out today. Guess I'll have to fight them. Alright. Better to use up the bad rolls there than anywhere that matters. I know that's not how it works, but let me cope. I didn't have Speak with Animals anyway. Hey Kels, my day is shite and I'm cranky, but I love you all. I hope your day improves. That, as always, I'll personally fight whatever's causing it. Even if it's you. Stare. Make sure to be kind to yourself today. Get some food you like.
Just thought of something.
This true soul near stuck behind a rock. That.
I was just settling in.
Well met. Are you sure?
We need to get that near guy unstuck. Well, I'll tell you all about it
Continue,
after
bug.
we've taken down those pallid.
Sustain an entire village if seeded properly.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Bombs. Guess I could use some heals. Assorted supplies.
Have I got everything then?
Are the best. Already eased my mind a little bit. Let's do some corned beef hash on the way. Cool. As long as you're taking care of yourself. The Karlak says smell. Camera just tried to kill me. Karlak says smell, but then the text says taste. Are we already under the mind control?
What's inside?
Hey, soldier.
Because of how the dice are treating me, I'm gonna overcommit resources here. Hey, take.
Approach the sigil on the stone.
Perhaps I should have clarified.
Necessary.
Helping and... Oh. Say, but I know you, don't I? And I can only assume you don't happen to be a cleric. We're most certainly going to need it. Are you certain?
Can't risk being with you.
He's alright.
I trust I've made myself clear. Words will now appear on the left. Excellent. In that case, this will be an easy exercise. Have it blessed.
The pouch is sealed with differently as the This is the flute Gale kept on his purse. The flute awaits with bated breath.
Exploration merits here's
Exploration merits come? Oh.
there. Certainly. That I have a great respect for privacy. If nothing else, I'm sure we all have our burdens. Spare. You see,
We've been traveling together for a while now.
Condition. Very different. What it comes down to is this. Just by that, I mean, it's... As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me exactly what I need. A metaphorical demon. Sincerely, though. Go ahead. That is most gratifying to hear. May I? Somehow the second artifact hasn't had the... Thank you. Go ahead. I do not yet need to consume an item. As I can assure you, I question the wisdom of that decision, but...
Never seen that interaction with the flute. That's Gale's death protocol. Because there's a potential game over if you are unable to revive Gale. They added an additional way to revive Gale in an emergency.
Moving ahead.
Hey, Rebecca. The reason why I did it is because the additional way is a Scroll of True Resurrection, which is the same as Revivify, except you are revived with all of your hit points instead of only some. But the real reason is it's 3 times the sale price of a Revivify scroll. So if I get this, and then I just use the cheaper thing on Gale, then I can sell this. So it's very slightly money positive. Also, you get a cool container that a lot of people like. You don't want to play Gale's Magic Flute? Oh, I'm gonna. We're gonna be getting Astral gangbanged by Gale later on. As long as I play my cards right. You know what else is money positive? Giving kids concussions? That's true. Why am I clicking guidance? I don't need to be doing that. Whatever, it's fine.
Fresh, sweet, the warm.
Gotta score 100 playing Bobbit to res. Basically, if Gale's dead due to the orb, it's game over. No. If you long rest 3 times while Gale is dead, it's game over. It's technically possible for Gale to die, and then you have to go through the entire game without long resting. Depending on what forced long rests are in the queue for your route, that may or may not be possible. But if you long rest 3 times while Gale is dead, no matter where he is in the world in relation to you, it's game over. So you could sacrifice him to Boal here in Act 1, and then you could be triggering the forced long rest that's on your entrance to Act 3, and you could game over there. So, don't sacrifice Gale to Boal. It does brick your save, in most cases. But also just, like, don't let him stay dead. Even if you don't like him. Third wood mode. Interesting. Auntie Ethel's bathwater with extra pulp. Really, if the bathwater doesn't feel a little bit gooey on your tongue, do you want it? There's no cutscene or anything in game over. Oh, there's a cutscene. Now I want to do it. Have the spell slot, may as well, right? Can't talk right now, think about being a cat. Meow. 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 Hiss. So what I'm doing here is I'm just waiting for them to group up so I can take care of all of them with a juicy AoE. Now with this amount of Mud Mephits, they probably could kill me if they all hit me. Even with non-crits. Because I have no DR. Because I have Sanctuary, maybe I do jump down here. So I want... Alright, you moved, which is good. I want these to move, too. Don't have the mats for another Bloodlust. But I can put one on. Yeah, I'm gonna jump down. Setting up for bead crunch? Yeah. That's why I love evasion. I can be my own minor illusion to gather enemies for multi-bombs. Another cool thing weapon monks can do is they're good oil of combustion users because they have evasion like rogues do, but they also have extra attack. So you can apply more of the oil in one turn, or apply and then detonate more easily.
Can't slow down.
A lot of methods. I guess those aren't gonna move. It's fine, those are all summons. I want this one to move. So I want these 5 to group up. 6, I guess. I'm not gonna get them all in one go. They're gonna be fireworks? Yeah. I guess an amusing thing you could do is there a limit on the number you can get of those? Because if you did, like, Polymorph Dominate Beast in one of these, since that's per turn, is that just infinite young mud methods under your control? Or are they just AI controlled? Either way, it's an interesting idea. They explode on death, so that's a potential fun strat. Alright, let's be entirely too greedy. Wasn't bad. Alright, most of the threat eliminated. Should have maybe put a candle down. That's okay. Oh, we allow those. Only Warding Cleric crit. I don't have DR right now. They did roll max damage. Don't love that you got up here. To 12. 16 ACE. Only +1 dex mod. Oh, I had another action. Forgot I hasted. It's fine. We Sacred Flame that one to death. And can they? Yeah, it appears that they can.
Time to get going. Must be the tree from the note to Quag. What's that cleft there?
Hey, Catastrophe, how are you?
Might be worth a look.
Making good progress today. Hope you're having a good day. I would get 1 inspo back. Alright, did that one. Let's get Leviatar's Love.
Something over there. I'll give it a shot.
Is there anything I could use my Illithid Wisdom on? It's like anything right now. I got that True Soul tag and I still feel scammed. Trying to get my money's worth. The Zerga.
Try me.
Intimidate the goblins of the Blighted Village. I Drow disguise my way in. If you mean the Fezzard group, yeah, they're already gone.
Pain without purpose is a terrible thing. Wouldn't you care to expand?
capital for the Goblin Book. Yeah, it's probably gonna be that one.
The pain you suffer will cleanse you. Do not fight it. Wonderful. Just wonderful.
Did the Goblin get the poem already? No.
That's it. Welcome the pain. Let it become part of you.
Popping that blade war pussy right here is so smart.
I am proud to have served you.
Another thing you can do is if you read this book, you're then able to ask him to switch weapons. He can either use the dagger, the axe, or the mace. So if you have resistance to only one of the types, you can ask him to use that one.
There's a time and a place for smashing, but it appears this...
You put on the green DJ plate, will you get hurt when it hits you? No, it's not an attack roll. I shouldn't warding flare in case I turn it into a crit. No, I'll do it.
Always room for more.
Did turn into a crit. Miss this time, yeah.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Light on my feet.
Can I rip off his ears? Tear out his eyes? Later. I gotta take it slow.
It's been a long day. I'll need to rest soon.
You're being arrested for assault. Judging by the look on this guard's
6 seconds.
face, you're getting off lightly.
I need a little extra edge.
Elson, the grove. It's but they ambushed. The place.
Don't mind if I do.
You know, you're fucked when your rest guy stares at you blankly for 6 seconds. The Jagged Spear is probably good if I'm trying to set up disadvantage for Radiance of the Dawn saves. Yeah. Oh no, forced eye contact, my weakness. Do some drop poison oil diminution shenanigans too. I could.
Here goes nothing.
Throwing from far enough this way stops the crime response from these guys happening because they're not rendered in. Radiance of the Cum. Against my best judgment, I'll let you cook. PP of the poo-poo. Alright. You have my attention. Radiance of the Sean. I don't know, some guy named Sean, just very radiant. Is Sean Empreg? Did he figure out the secret?
Here, help us out. Still. Well, I had a good chinwag with him, though.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you.
True soul, you will give me the book. It's still once per long rest. It still just sucks, but like cool. I don't fail on DC2s anymore. Still once per long rest, what's the point? You don't have to roll. That's it. Goblin Camp has so many delightful void bulb uses in particular. Yeah, map design in the Goblin Camp just goes incredibly hard across the board. It's really, really impressive.
Feel that one later. Just out of view. And the drow? Time for some bloody work. Time for some bloody work.
The ability to drain dexterity.
Best be on my way. What's hiding here?
What still sucks? True Soul tagged. My favorite map, area design-wise, it's probably the Goblin Camp.
Pardon.
The interior in particular. Gotta do Zend Hideout. Forgot that I haven't done that yet. Something I should do before level 6.
Huh? I don't want to know what that is.
I don't want Slippery Chain. Could maybe be fun. I can wait. Do I need spell slots for Zend Hideout? No, let's just go buy Missile Snaring and I'll be good. I guess I should get Shield of Faith too. Died trying to get Slippery Chain once. I've seen a few people die there. Oh yeah, I don't have good strength.
No, never mind.
The squirrel lunges at your foot.
You see, you're in my territory, and I want you gone. Are these trees?
I should speak up.
Need anything else?
Guess I'll take Ring of Flinging too. I won't. I don't have money. Gazer Hammer is something I should consider. Feel I'm so bad at solo runs. Hey, the way you get better is by doing them. Nobody starts off knowing how to do something that they're unfamiliar with, right? I got a respec for Act 3 plus 5 Wiz to get an even number? Maybe. Probably. It's the circular status effect. This one, refreshed. From Auntie Ethel's Well. Need to fail sometimes to learn what not to do. Exactly that. A lot of stuff that I know my way around here in solo is because I've died to it before. Don't be afraid to, you know, take the L, because often that's how you learn.
Listen, I need to speak to you, to all of you. She revealed herself to me and she became my teacher. I sought a cross. We come now to the... What if?
Inside its teeth, its claws.
Terror. As long as I absorbed... It'd level a city the size of all of this. Now, what's on your mind? If worse comes to worse, an event that came to be known as Karsus's folly. Loving them, Gale's folly, one might call it.
Lost some steam with Baldur's Gate doing solo, then I started playing duos, reignited my love. Like, I have nothing to prove, so I'm just doing what's the most fun. Yeah. Duos have their own selling points, too. You get to mess around with 2 builds at once. You get to have, character, like, synergy plays. Which is something you don't get as much of in solo. There's definitely upsides. Duos are cool. Solo's my preference, but I definitely see the value in duos. Remind me what's the workaround for refreshed. If you are trying to avoid the downsides, overwrite it with a source of temp HP that's 10 or greater. So Elixir of Heroism, Shield of Thralls are the easiest. False Life Upcast will also do it.
If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
The gloves in the cave where Rugat and Ali are will work for barbarians, though that's gonna cost you a rage charge or a turn buffer. Just any temp HP that's 10 or higher. Armor of Agathis Upcast. Doing a Will Karlak BFF duo run right now. Nice. One of my favorite runs that I did was it was a pair of runs. It was the Will A Karlak B run. That was really cool.
No point in lingering now. I've got
For those who weren't around for that, it was 2 solos. I did a Karlak run, a solo honor mode run, romancing Will, and then I did a Will run, romancing Karlak, but the Will run was unable to grab any pieces of gear or unique permanent buffs that Karlak had grabbed. It was inspired by the original Resident Evil 2, where you had A and B scenarios. You had Leon and Claire were your playable characters, and there were some items that were like, if you took them as one character, they weren't there for the other one. That was a very enjoyable run. I kind of want to do that with Lae'zel and Shadowheart.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
All right, what now?
Was that before patch 8? No, that was on patch 8.
Mind my step.
Karlak had Giant Barbarian levels, Will had Shadow Sorcerer levels, and Hexblade levels. Very much on patch 8.
This is the spot Rugen marked.
Gotta go back to the hat. Buddy.
You spot him.
Bugger! Entrance.
Better be cautious. Breathe deep and move.
I managed to get most things from vendors without looting. Just feel like my money's running out. I am looting. Main character isn't charisma based, so minus 30 discount it's most to get. I mean, I'm on an 8 charisma character. I've got an attitude with the vendors that I plan on trading with a lot throughout the run. I'm picking up high value items to sell.
I'm done.
I'm making sure to, in most cases, only sell items to the people I got attitude with. And I'm making sure not to buy things I don't need. Like, I could have bought the caustic band by now, but its impact on my performance would have been small, and it would have meant that I can't buy, like, anything else.
That's whoa, come on in.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
What's that smell?
And I have not been knocking out Mole or stealing anything. This has just kind of been the money you get by loot looping.
You need to buy me. Tenfold whatever rent, please. Have you spoken to Bren?
Not yet. Just have to buy the unique stuff? No, you don't. You asked how I managed to get most things. That's how. And, like, not getting something immediately doesn't mean you're never getting something. I don't have to buy the caustic band now because it's going to be there the entire playthrough. What does strength do for this character in particular? I mean, besides what it does for everyone, like, why is 16 strength and not charisma or anything else? I mean, what would charisma do for me? I know I like to answer questions with questions, but it's an effective strategy. What would charisma do for me? Wisdom's my casting stat. I have some investment in that already. I'm going to even that out with hag hair. Dexterity, I have as high as I can make it without wasting a stat point. I have leftover points in Constitution. Why would I take Charisma? Intelligence does nothing for me. Feel like doing something silly for a run. Wonder how far I could get using just acid vials in Act 1. That'd be pretty rough. But, be interesting to figure out. Better saving throws? Why would I gamble on saving throws? Also, name me a charisma saving throw.
Our trader can show you.
Can you, even?
What's wrong with the artist? Besides the bleeding obvious, he misses the sun. He what? Needs light to work.
Dialogue checks, persuasion, for example. I have persuasion proficiency, which is giving me +2 already. And I could use things like guidance, things like enhance ability. The difference between 8 charisma and 10 charisma is pretty close to nothing. Banishment is charisma save? Yes. How many enemies banish you? And do I care if someone banishes me? But keep going. What are some other charisma saves? Do any enemies cast banishment or bane? Very few. But also, do I care if someone banes me? So not only are they uncommon, but, like, do I care if they happen? How you doing, Bashet? 16 con, more HP. I can cast 8 if I want more HP. But con's a decent argument, sure. But having lower strength would mean I'm carrying fewer things. My thrown weapons do less damage and are less accurate. My melee weapons do less damage and are less accurate. I'm more vulnerable to failing strength saving throws, which are things like Apostle of Merkel's Call of the Damned, Githyanki Archer's trip attacks, any disarming attacks that come my way. I'm more vulnerable to being shoved places. I'm less able to throw people around. I think that one ability, the Null Suit, limits your bonus actions. Yes, Chris, that soul numbed thing is the only charisma save in the game that, like, makes me consider, oh, well, maybe I actually want to save on that. But, like, the thing is, there's 3 Nulls in the game that use that, and even if it works, it's like, alright, ultimately, if I'm prepared for it, do I care? Low strength is never worth it. No matter what you think you're grabbing from cratering your strength, I promise you, you're getting less. There are exceptions, Like, for example, if you're doing a run where you're not allowed to do, like, physical damage types, let's say you're doing a radiant-only run, well, there's no weapons that do radiant damage, so you're never doing that, so sure. And that means you also can't throw people into chasms. Sure, like, a lot of the use cases are eliminated. A lot of the gear you would be carrying around situationally is eliminated. A lot of the throwables you're carrying around eliminated, so many of the use cases of strength go. But if you don't have restrictions on that, there's not really a reason to have any less than 16 strength. What's minimum strength you'd start with? 16. If for some wild reason I need to have 16 in a casting stat, 14. But you never really need 16 in a casting stat.
Something I can help you with?
Of course. Got some interesting stock for a friend of the family.
Hi, Seth. Hope you're doing well today. Not getting giant breaker's a shame, but that's fine. Might use the Jolty Vest. Maybe.
Pleasure.
Any falls behind, I leave them for the fist, and in no state to tell tales.
Did a pretty good job at listing where strength is useful. That's what I need, because I usually have like one good strength character, others at 8. So none of them can jump, all of them get shoved around, none of them can carry anything, none of them can throw anybody, all of their melee attacks suck unless you're using finesse weapons and they have high dex. Or they're like using Shillelagh or Warlock packed weapon. And what are you getting in exchange? Stat points against saving throws that don't matter. Wisdom is also a bad stat to pump, because wisdom saves don't matter either, because all of the relevant ones, you're playing to immunity, not to resisting them. Like, you're not going to risk your run on a fearful coin flip, you're going to get immunity. You're not going to risk your run on a hold person coin flip, you're going to get immunity. I had to get spell save DC spell attack rolls earlier, low gear to increase that, so... Lighting charges is accuracy. Mel's first staff is spell save DC and spell attack rolls. Both of these items are easy to get. Staff of Arcane Blessing from the Arcane Tower is regular accuracy and spell accuracy, so that's really good for that. At level 6, you can make or buy Arcane Acuity elixirs. That gives you 3 stacks, which is the equivalent of putting 6 extra in your casting stat. And in Act 2, all of the Arcane Acuity gear is available. If you're trying to make your cantrips stick in the early game, stop doing that. No matter what character you're doing, bows are better. Cantrips are actively awful for damage before level 5, even after level 5. Like, in the entire game, bows are better. So, use a bow, or throw a dagger. Until you actually have your supporting stuff online. That won't change bows being better, but... you can at least be using something that isn't actively awful anymore. If you're trying to make saving throw effects work, stop doing that. It's stupid. Like, why waste an action to click a 50% chance hold person when you could use an action to do guaranteed damage to the target and not consume a resource? You don't need those things to be good early. stick with DJ. If I take a phone call, so exactly what you said. One character carries stuff for me, rest is sent to camp. One is melee tank, others are casters. Arrows. Just found it works for me. Pretty much always play like that, that's why I asked my pro strength. Yeah, so, like, you're not getting anything by losing the strength. It's not that... I wouldn't say it's as much that it works for you, it's that you're getting away with just wasting the other stat points, because I would get absolutely nothing of value by putting points into intelligence here. I would get nothing of substantial value by putting points into charisma here. And constitution, it would help my concentration a little bit, but all damage is avoidable, so if I take a hit and I lose concentration, that's just my fault, and I'm okay with that. Whereas strength has tangible benefits. It gives me more plays at all times.
Can't risk being in open view. Have to keep going.
Oh, surprise, but that's okay. It's all valid because you don't intend to keep the Giant's Elixir up, right? Right, because opportunity cost means that having low strength and fixing it with your Elixir slot means all you're doing is giving up your Elixir slot. And giving up your Elixir slot is incredibly wasteful. Because Elixir slot is incredibly OP. Flexible Elixir slot is huge. Can easily counter the most annoying CC stuff by drinking some. OP, Quag said OP. Yeah, so like... I do think that Elixir of Bloodlust is an overtuned item. The more I play, and the more I learn, the more all roads lead back to this being just disgusting. There are almost no situations where this isn't the most beneficial thing you could have in the slot. And the thing is, if you're always using a strength elixir, this isn't ever an option unless you're willing to take an 8 strength fight. And an 8 strength fight is a fight with limited plays. Are you worth a bomb? You're a barbarian, you have advantage on the save. No, to thank you. Total 4 playthroughs I've done. I've always did this. Thought it's smart. Don't even know any elixirs besides Giant Bloodlust. Even if you only know Bloodlust, think about the impact. Like, here's a case where a lot of people are like, I just use a Hill Giant elixir and later a Cloud Giant elixir for more damage on your Titan String. And it's like, okay, yeah, that adds a lot of damage because Titan String's effect is wild. But if Titan String is already the leader in a majority of scenarios when you have no strength modifier at all, then isn't it more damage to just be able to shoot another time? Like, if you're already one-shotting someone with all of your attacks, what if you could just one-shot another person? And maintaining the flexibility in your elixir slot means you can adapt to all sorts of different scenarios. If there's a situation where you do decide that you need big strength, like let's say you want to throw a half-orc paladin that's in your face. You're standing next to a chasm, he's right there, you have an action and a bonus action. You could drink a cloud giant and then throw him, and you're good. Let's say there's an initiative threshold you need to hit. Like, you want to have plus 11 to guarantee that you outspeed your gear. Well, currently, even with alert and high dex, I only have plus 8. Now, I could do Sentinel Shield to get there, or I could do Fistbreaker Helm plus Soulbreaker Greatsword to get there. I could do Fistbreaker Helm plus Halberd of Vigilance to get there. I could do Gloves of Dex plus Soulbreaker or Halberd to get there. I have, like, initiative gear options to get there. But if I decided, hey, I would like to keep all of my gear slots free, I could use an elixir. And I have that as a flexibility option. If I'm fighting Balthazar and I want him to not use Cloud Kill at all, I could drink a Poison Resistance elixir, get immunity to Cloud Kill, resistance to Ray of Sickness. Flexibility. Bloodlust fixes the action economy of not having extra attack, just the easiest to understand, I think. I mean, if you want to play Cleric, don't like having no extra attack, Bloodlust. Yeah, it's not quite... Yeah, I mean, you know when you're saying this, shame on you, that it's not a perfect one-to-one. Anonymous, thank you for gifting sub to Chris, by the way. Thank you very, very much. It's action economy you can use on every build. Everybody can do Bloodlust Elixir. For casters, always went like this. Casting stat put to 16 because hit percent purposes, and dex usually on lighter, medium, or no armor, so it counts as AC, and then con, sometimes get damage to HP matters. Strength always done for me. I'm sure you play so much better than most of this doesn't apply to you. So let's go through those one by one. Casting stat to 16 for hit percent purposes. Again, there's other ways to get accuracy, and those points are coming at the expense of other stats. Also, depending on what your caster is casting, your casting stat might not matter. Like, my wisdom, being 15, has absolutely no bearing on my aid spell. It has no bearing on my silence spell, my daylight spell. It doesn't do enough to matter on Spirit Guardians or Spiritual Weapon, because those are still going to do exactly what I need them to do, even if my casting stat is nothing. It doesn't affect my Blade Ward, my resistance, my guidance. Like, sure, it affects the hit rate on my Scorching Ray, but as we established, I can already get accuracy elsewhere. It's spell save DC, but you can get that elsewhere too, so keep that in mind. It's not a always go max casting stat just because it's the stat associated with your class. Like, for example, Charisma is the casting stat of Paladins. Charisma does almost nothing for the class, yet you'll see a lot of people just thoughtlessly go, oh, well, I need to max my Charisma. I'm playing a Paladin. It's like, it doesn't do anything. Like, if you're clicking Divine Smite, unless you're an Oathbreaker using Aura of Hate, Charisma doesn't do anything for you at all. It doesn't affect your hit rate, doesn't affect your damage, nothing. Like, unless you're using spell slots you don't have on control effects that you're not going to click because that's wasted Divine Smites, it doesn't do anything. Sure, you add Arcane Synergy, okay, that's something, in theory, but you know what also boosts your damage? Boosting the stat you're using to swing your weapon. Like, somewhat related to that, Dexterity is the best stat in the game because that's your armor class in a majority of scenarios, and it's armor class at no real opportunity cost because Dexterity is other things. Dexterity is the most common physical saving throw, so if someone's trying to make you blow up in some capacity or make you slip in some capacity, it is almost always Dexterity. So that's real good to have. It's your initiative, which is hugely important. Huge. It's your accuracy and damage with bows. It's your stealth. Stealth doesn't really matter, but, you know, I guess there's theoretically situations where you care. It's your sleight of hand. In solo, that's just kind of nice to have sometimes. Dexterity governs a lot of things, so there's no reason to not do 16 Dexterity. Even if it just did initiative, there would still be no reason to not do 16 Dexterity, in all honesty. Con, because sometimes get damage to HP matters. Con is better than the mental stats, is the least desirable of the physical stats, but yeah, Con is nice to have sometimes, sure. But mental stats are just kind of overrated. Forgive the possibly stupid question, just realized I don't know how to see this. How do you know which modifier you use to cast a certain spell? It depends on, in most cases, where you got the spell. So if you look at the spellbook tab here, anything in this cleric tab, unless it's like a recast ability, is going to go off of wisdom, because that's the cleric stat. Now, if I were to multiclass into a wizard, my stat would change, my default stat would change to intelligence. So my scrolls would go off intelligence, my gear would go off intelligence. Nothing here would change to go off intelligence. It would still be wisdom, because it's from the cleric spellbook. With the exception of, if I, let's pretend I was a Tempest cleric here, so I had Call Lightning. The main cast of Call Lightning would still be wisdom, but the recast, the one that would pop up on your sidebar down here, like over here, that goes off of whatever your current spellcasting stat is. So basically, short answer is, it goes off where you got it, unless it's like a step removed from that. It goes off of your default. So like Starry Form, spells and Breath Weapon on Stars Druid, those go off of your current stat, which isn't necessarily wisdom. Shillelagh goes off of whatever your highest casted stat is, not necessarily wisdom. Changes based on the last class you multiclassed into. Mostly, it changes based on the last class that you put the first level into, with the exception of Fighter and Rogue. Fighter and Rogue will not change it unless you take their casting subclasses, so that's Eldritch Knight and Arcane Trickster. But for everyone else, they have an assigned stat. So like, if you multiclass into Barbarian, your stat becomes Charisma. If you go into Monk, it's Wisdom. Even though those classes aren't casters, they still have an assigned caster stat. So the order you spec into classes does matter for build crafting, a lot of the time. The opportunity costs you're talking about are for people who know alternatives. You need to take dumb people like me. No, you're not dumb because you're asking questions. Who start fights with no elixir, no coding, no good positioning, I don't know, dumb decisions. I mean, you're asking questions, so I don't think you're dumb. The dumb thing would be getting set in your ways and being determined that the way you do things is the best way and there's never any alternative. You're not doing that, so I don't think you're dumb at all. Which means stuff like Strength Elixir sucks, because I can't... Bloodlust Elixir doesn't exist in my playbook. Yeah, like, it's just a recalibration of approach. Just broadening your perspective. That's all. Usually go mental stat and dump con on casters, just have base accuracy, doesn't require an equipment or elixir trade-offs, but I always take strength and play around low decks if I have to. Yeah, that's... Soblack's another experienced build crafter, challenge runner, who has made a lot of creative, interesting builds. And, like... Remember, my takes on how I optimize stats are not, like, the universal representative of everyone who knows what they're talking about. I differ in how I value some things from Trade, from Soblack, who, again, both know who they're talking about. I don't value mental stats as highly. But if you are trying to avoid having to put in some amount of investment in order to get up to a decent level of accuracy later, then yes, that is a case for mental stats. Mick, thank you for giving a sub to Layla Zero. Very, very kind. Much appreciated. Morning, GT. How are you? Manfred says, the dumb thing would be to preach in absolutes about things you know nothing about. Very common. I agree. What if I value making bad decisions being a silly little guy? How dare you like fun, Victoria? That's fucked up. Apologize right now. Creative, interesting build sounds low-key derogatory. No, I mean it. Like, a cool run that Soblack did was an enchantment wizard, archer, which was doing some very cool stuff by the end of the game. He's also one of the first people messing around with creative multi-classing of Abjuration Wizard with other things. Take that as an apology. Thank you for the 100 bits, Victoria. It was all praise. And for 2 years in a row, Soblack was my most watched channel on Twitch. He's playing lots of other RPGs but I like his BG content, so I glaze it sometimes. Jake, what are you doing? What's this cat doing? Can we get a shouty? Yeah, once I put this cat down. Thanks a lot for sharing the knowledge and learning a ton every day. Hey, I like learning every day too, Cold Prospect. You're in the right place. You having a good day, Jake? Oh, thank you. Does the learning ever stop? Not if you're doing it right. Alright, how am I handling this barbarian? I'll buffer a Blade Ward here. Thinking about coming back to BG3, may start with Arcane Archer and Monk I've been cooking? Hell yeah.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
This is an instance of me not liking how little strength I have. If I had more strength, like let's say 20 strength, naturally, like I'm going to aim for some scenarios once we get to Act 2, then I could just shove her into the chasm from here, or throw her. So I'm thinking about popping a strength elixir so I could throw her on the ground and then push her. I'll have to get a new Bloodlust elixir, but... Okay, I have an angle to do this. Let's try. Yeah, elixir flexibility. Mentioned earlier, you learned something from Mark's Radiant-only stream. What was the thing? I was watching, probably missed that detail. Actually need to test this. Thank you for reminding me. It appeared that Radiance of the Dawn didn't break Invis. Now, maybe I saw things incorrectly thanks to the Dirge Cloak. But I want to try to Radiance of the Dawn from Invis and see what happens. Thanks for reminding me, Lee. Okay, no, it does reveal you. So he was looping it with Dirge Cloak. But something I did know is Radiance of the Dawn is a good combat opener because it's an action refresh. So I do think there's a world in which you're playing Dirge that does bump up the value of that cloak significantly, because then you could start a combat while invisible for advantage. You'd want to go low stealth, but yeah. If I may have been an old ARPG player where you get base damage and multipliers, does this game work the same way? No. It's more more linear than that. You're chasing, like, incremental increases. So this is the kind of game where seeing +1 to something is like, alright, how does this apply? And am I excited about this? Like, for reference, one of the most desirable items in the game just gives you +1 to all your damage and +1 to all your attack rolls. Doesn't sound like a lot, especially from the old ARPG perspective, but like the nature of this game means that that's huge.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
The sharpshooter apply to bursting or piercing arrow? No. I mean, the upfront hit of bursting, but no, not the AoE either. Talking about the happy buff? No, I said item. Thank you. You're very welcome.
somewhere to camp soon.
It's cool to see how priorities shift when you play with one character, not four. Also, when you play the game better and not do thing and do a thing in a smart way instead of doing it through a waste point somewhere. I mean, there's no one right way of doing things. Class viability, item viability, playstyle viability is all very high in this game, so you can make basically anything work as long as your baseline strategy is sound. And that's part of the fun. That helps the replay value quite a lot. There are certain areas where I prioritize efficiency, and there are certain areas where I don't really care. That's going to be an individual decision for everybody. Wonder if soul branding applies to any of the AoEs. It applies to piercing arrow. Trade was doing some Mindara Arcane Archer stuff, and it's vile. Cleric is truly one of the names of all time. I can't take credit for any names. Chat names things for me, and they do a good job. Alright, where's the one who had the key? Where'd I kill you? Sure, you get accuracy if you're playing the map correctly more than I do. For example, I don't need the +2 from 4 points of stats. Eh. Experience is valuable. I'm not gonna blaze my approach and put yours down. Just an experience thing. Why did I take fall damage there? Alright. Sure. Right, that key didn't actually pop up, so I'm gonna have to disarm this trapper raw. And by disarm, I mean not engage with that at all, because I don't like to. Put on that for fire res in case a trap went off. The behavior of trapped chests is not uniform. Really want to make a soccer team kicking mobs around, but the noob in me is still big. Ooh, fortunate for you, the kick from Giant Barbarian is really good. It scales pretty well. The downside is, like, you can't kick anything that you can't shove, but you're starting from a point there where the ability you want to use is very viable. So that's an example of something where you don't have to work that hard to make it good. Thara is my favorite mechanics-wise and second favorite sit on my face-wise. My man. Pretty well on money now. I guess I should re-equip my shield. Is there anyone else sitting on your face? This is me gesturing at just the cast of Baldur's Gate 3. Balthazar? Here's the thing, Martyr Chief. My philosophy is you gotta try everything twice. Everything in life. try it once, see if you like it, and then try it again to confirm. So I said what I said. Man's gotta have a code. Try to always have one invis pot in case of emergencies.
Pleasure.
Doesn't always work when eating things. Some are only edible once. Yeah, that's true. I tried marriage again, no way. Yeah, there's exceptions. Usually follow that rule unless something is truly heinous the first time. Yeah.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Let's get this over with.
Yes, my desire.
Stay asleep. Thank you. Really like if I could hit you both, but no, it's fine.
Have to keep going.
What is edible once, twice, your own arms? Spitting. Good old draw poison. So this strategy bypasses me having to roll good at all, really. Because even if I miss, I can tenacity, do damage, and have a chance to apply the draw poison again. So if spitting is a way of saying you're spitting hard facts, does swallowing imply you're lying? I don't have an answer to that.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Not a satisfactory one anyway. That was incredibly risky, but I figured I'd put Wood Elf stealth stuff to the
Have to keep going.
test. Swallowing is lawful good. Spitting it back at someone is chaotic evil. Disadvantage on stealth from armor? No. All stealth checks to stay out of combat are always rolled at disadvantage. I don't have disadvantage from armor, you just have disadvantage naturally. So disadvantage on stealth and armor doesn't actually do anything except for hiding checks and greater invis and subtle spell. There's a pizza place here in Portland that everyone raved about. Ordered it one time. It was the greasiest, blandest pepperoni pizza I ever had. Terrible heartburn. Two people wanted me to try it again. Order a different kind. You can't get the most basic pizza right. I can't give a second chance at those prices. Yeah, price is certainly an object there. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Chris.
Interesting times.
I waited long enough, right? Cool.
Time to skulk about.
My phone right now. Let's take a pizza. What a coincidence. Ooh, what kind of pizza? Now, we are not pizza topping elitists here. There's no wrong answers. Well, there's some wrong answers, but you know.
I just want a little look. Softer and open. What path lies before me?
Plan on fighting Ethel at level 6. Do some more stuff in Grimforge. How do I get maximum value out of Sharp Spear of Evening as a Tempest Cleric?
Moving in.
Polearm Master.
Why would gnomes make such a thing? You're the expert.
Stand in non-illuminated area with Polearm Master and bonus lightning damage on. They run in to hit you. You react, you hit them, knock them back.
The walls are deep gnome, mate. Well, the chiseling is remarkably intricate.
I'm a low-key pizza hater. It's so easy to make a mid-pizza. Maybe I'm just a snob. I mean, I think your point and Chris's point go hand in hand. It's very easy to have a pizza that isn't shit. So if you have a shit pizza, it's like, alright, I'm not giving you another chance.
Yes, this again.
Let's go for this guy. Get my King's Knife.
Looking shadow. Think you can take me on?
I think margarita, just a tomato sauce, mozzarella on top. Yeah, margarita is great.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Like tortilla pizzas, they're an insult. Even shit pizzas but they get the job done. Hey, food's food. Takes a lot to get me to yuck culinary yum. Kidnap him at Risen Road? Yeah, you can kidnap him basically anywhere. This is me being incredibly lazy.
Light on my feet.
Like throwing off Slow Night Outpost? Yeah, that's a good spot too. When I was at uni, there was a pizza place that did bolognese pizza. Ooh. 101 bludgeoning damage. Yeah, that's my go-to spot for throwing people, because nobody really survives. At least nobody you'd be dealing with at this point in the game.
Dost thou require? Very well.
Who do I want? Go with this guy. Extra tiefling elixir.
Never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment. At least things have stayed interesting.
This vessel is at the... Art thou...
Very well. Ooh.
Slow down.
Dost thou require a new ally? Very well. Choose.
Someone was able to finally kiss Karlach last night for the first time. Let's go. We have a pizza place near me that does a shaved sausage pizza. It's like an ideal ratio. I do a shaved sausage all the time. Not special.
This vessel is at thine disposal.
It's the problem of this generation.
Do what thou wilt.
Basil and fresh tomatoes just hits. Basil and tomatoes up there with garlic and onion.
Stinking snitch.
Just an elite combo.
Drugs with clan flame shade. Get him packing. Room's getting all smithy.
How does the sausage shave one? I'll tell you when you're older.
What's that, Vis?
Dealing with these guys without minor illusions is a little awkward. I want to steal the bomb from you. Doing this without spell slots and such is a bit bold, but close to wanting a rest anyway.
This calls for careful footwork. What do we have here? Interesting selection.
Cool.
Need to find a way.
That bomb is, like, I want it, of course. But my primary reason for stealing it is so that he can't have it. I'm gonna do another thing I rarely do here. We're gonna go trigger the owlbear thing. Skip the owlbear fight. This will let me get Oakfather's Embrace, and just have it ready for when I go into Act 2. Do it all the time, it's not special. King's Knife stack and Knife of the Undermountain King? Yes. In terms of both damage reroll and crit threshold reduction? Yes, in both cases. King's Knife and Undermountain King will also stack with, like, copies of themselves. Just crit reductions stack, and damage rerolls do also stack. So very beneficial to have both. And in fact, if you're doing a Paladin, there is a very strong argument that just double King's Knife or Undermountain King is your ideal weapon loadout for most of the game. Because damage inconsistency on Smite is really bad, and also you are very much grateful to see crits to use your Smites on. So this takes care of both of those things. It even gives you advantage on your attacks, and these are +2s, so they're accurate, they have high damage floor. This is like very much a top tier weapon.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
Move lightly. Wonder if the gods strike first.
Edwin would want this, right?
The true soul would know.
Oh, you're not lined up. Unfortunate.
Best be on my way.
She's the threat. She can spam command. He throws acid vials, but she spams command. She probably has an angle on me. Okay. Shows that. And I know how those damage rerolls interact with Savage Attacker combat logs and helping much with that. There's a wiki page that details the order that some of those things happen. I don't quite remember the order offhand. But I think that information's been documented.
Hope this ends well.
Paladin, the tankiest class that also needs dual wielding for decent damage. Is Paladin the squishiest of the extra attack havers? I guess it's tankier than Warlock. Is it though? Warlock gets good temp HP options. Gets invis. Depends on the Warlock, yeah. Like, they're certainly squishier than Barbarians, than Fighters, than Monks, than Rangers. Rangers don't even really have too much in that department, they just have access to resists. Hunter has multi-attack defense. Not grabbing the wiggling dagger. Exactly. Do you get underbound knife thing from the underlings? Exclamation mark King's Knife. Blade Singer squishier. Yeah, no, Blade Singer's the answer. That's true.
Stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Hello.
You feel what's Hide that makes you dangerous. An easy meal.
Favorite beginnings, so we click that instead of intimidation. Adding on to what Danny said about pizza, like, North American pizza, it still has a bunch of subcategories. Like, people from New York and people from Chicago would team up to kill you if you said that their shit's the same. What's the benefit of only talking to the owlbear? Don't get any XP for that, right? Correct. This is XP negative. But the thing is, the maximum XP from the owlbear fight is only 40. So I'm giving up 40 XP to just get the loot for not having to do the fight.
Looking at something. Another quirk
60 with the cub. You can still get the cub XP outside of the fight, because the cub moves to the goblin camp. So, like, that's technically still on the table.
I've never even seen this. Is it? Oh. This. Well.
When free dashing, how often can you click dash and click heals before it resets and starts over? So click heals does not stack. Dash stacks 3 times. So, like, you can see the timer of dash is going down, but me clicking it again will refresh it. And then it refreshes it again, but after that third time, it doesn't. So then you have 6 seconds before you lose all 3 of them. Hey Verizon, thanks for streaking.
I'd like some time to talk.
What's on your mind?
Might not have enough Gale approval by missing the Raphael stuff, but we'll see. We'll try to risk Gale. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. We got options. Everybody's approval is high enough. $40 XP is basically 0 in the aggregate of total XP available. Yeah. So I'm not really missing anything. So I don't know why people have a problem with pineapple on pizzas. For me, it breaks down the grease oil. Some people get weird and tribal about shit. It's just team sports. Like, not caring for a topping is one thing, but, like, having this huge emotional response to people saying they like that particular topping is weird. Personally, I'm completely neutral on it. I see the appeal, and if I'm hungry and there's a pineapple pizza, yeah, I'll eat it and I'll enjoy it. It's not something that is in my personal rotation of, like, pizza toppings, but I don't dislike it. But nuance on the internet, right?
Wish I had a bag of holding. Fortune.
Nuance? Yeah, they're very new.
Looks like there's a little shrine over there. Something over there. Just an old prayer. Yes, son.
So we did this for Oakfather's Embrace. This armor's actually awesome. Highly recommend using it when fighting most of Act 2, really. Not Sharans, but like other undead. Particularly Shadows and Wraiths, their claw attack is 2 instances of damage. So they'll take this twice, and Shadows are vulnerable to radiant damage. So Shadows will basically one-shot themselves. Wraiths, they don't resist radiant damage. They're not vulnerable to it, but they don't resist it. So this is still good, consistent damage on them. I understand why Italians would hate you for pineapple pizzas, but I ate it. It's good, so I'm on your side. I'd lose citizenship for this. I don't want to be a hypocrite. For me, it's just too acidic, and I have GERD, so it makes me feel sick to have both pineapple and tomato sauce. That's perfectly valid. Perfectly valid. Still dying of the tab photo being just Riz. Yeah, Rachel. It's very distracting, isn't it? How you doing? I just fall through that? I just fell through that. Alright. Product placement. Hey, Lil's Race. Funny thing about this is I'm already in fleet combat range, so I can just click that.
Quiet. Move with care. Can't risk being in open view. What do I have to lose? Out of sight, out of mind. Cutting to the chase.
Let him get closer. Who remembers the "our hot dog sandwiches" discourse? Wasn't the answer that they're tacos?
Fall by my hand.
I swear the more I watch, the better the tech I see gets. Very glad to hear. I try to do things differently. Like, there's some strats where you'll see that I'm a little stuck in my ways, and I just kind of have a preferred answer. But I do try to shake things up. 8 damage.
One day I'll catch a break.
You ready to go there? What's in the desk? The letter? Yeah.
If everyone else minds their business,
Takes a fight. The consequences are hardly surprising.
Enough time there.
these boots have seen everything.
Oh, making good progress. $788. We haven't saved Halcyon yet. Some of the exterior top of the goblin camp is still there. Oh, we have the... Didn't fight the Wither Skellies yet, did I? It's not much, but it's a little bit. Switch back to Corrosive Flail here. It's a tenacity weapon. Still need to investigate Kaga. So I mentioned cold resist earlier. This is another place where cold resist is actually pretty good here in the early game. Now, I have crit immunity, so I'm less worried about it, but a Ray of Frost crit can absolutely send you back to the Nautiloid here. If you do this fight early. Something to be aware of. I'm running to the bathroom real quick before we do this. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Was grabbing food. Hello. Jake thinks all food is his food. Thought I borrowed it from him. Eat pizza, see you later. Take it easy, Lily Zero.
Something just woke up.
I do that to surprise these guys.
Death won't take me yet.
It's an unfortunate roll. Not on elixir.
Breathe deep and move.
Very low damage. I don't really care to change that right now. The odds of that aren't high. This one can't make opportunity attacks. So despite having the most HP, it's actually the least of a threat. So you can just outpace it. It's also not a spellcaster. Fortunate. Owie. There's two in there. From the extra enemy spawn. Love Fleet Fingers. So good, man. Fleet Fingers plus bonus action dash, plus having good jump distance. Means you're able to outkite most things in the game, the entire game. And it's a combo you can get online so early. Tenacity. Strength Elixir would make sense here. Would have sped this up, but I'm in no danger. No natural predators except Gith archers. Gith monks, I guess, but not really a thing, you know. Love you, Corrosive Flail. This one can opportunity attack.
That's curious.
Cool.
A strange coin.
Not gonna click on the plaque. Saving that for later. Pick up the book in here, send it to Gale. It's an inspo in a can.
Locked to keep the evil in, or the prying eyes out. Let's see.
I'm gonna do a Pure Storm Sorcerer run for the first time. I'm in between Half Elf and Gith for the race. I want to get max value on Heart of the Storm. Would love some pointers. So max value Heart of the Storm heavily pushes you towards taking Warcaster. Makes sense as a level 8 feat. So you could, if you still wanted medium armor, you could go half elf and then pick up moderately armored at level 4. Put yourself to 18 dex and pick up that medium armor proficiency for like DJ Halfblade and stuff. Warcaster is really good on Storm Sorcerer because Opportunity Shock and Grasp triggers Heart of the Storm. And remember, Heart of the Storm doesn't care if you hit or not. It just happens when you use a spell. So you just get a big guaranteed damage AoE as your opportunity attack. Yeah, moderately armored first feat. I'm a fan of Warcaster second feat. And if you're pure classing, top third feat is good. But alternatively, you could just go 11 levels and then pick up a dip for gear proficiencies that way. And that kind of frees up moderately armored, or alert, or whatever you want. Lots of ways of doing it. A perk of picking up your crit immunity in a slot other than shield is that you can do eventually Marco plus Rhapsody. Heart of the Storm does get Marco. I think Drunk Monk would have been so much better if being drunk gave intoxicating strike without needing key points. Like, you don't really get any benefits for being drunk besides the one-time key recovery. Yeah, I was thinking about Drunk Monk applications for drunk builds, and it's like extra uptime on the Act 3 gear and like mildly easier Punch Drunk Bastard use, but Punch Drunk Bastard isn't even a monk weapon, so it's kind of awkward. Yeah, you could Tempest Step on Storm Sorcerer for hand. That takes care of your weapon proficiencies, your armor proficiencies. Gets you always prepared Thunderwave. And gets you a reaction. It's not as good as the level 11 Storm Sorcerer one, but it's a reaction. Thinking Punch Drunk Archer for flavor, but open hand though. Yeah, like open hand for that extra bonus action. The armed punching. Hard to compete with for this concept. Bonus of body, double bonus action, dual wielding Near Misser. Oh, you could go triple with grit if you wanted to. Garb of the Land and Sky, Cold Snap. Got yourself a build. Space for Thief. The build Soblock's talking about has Arcane Archer, so not really space for Thief at that point. See that dumb Twin and Snare? Which one? The Pyro Quickness? I've used those, what am I missing? Just Twin and Snaring Strike and you hit and then you get the Pyro Quickness bonus action? Or do you get two? Getting 10 and Snaring Strikes in a turn. It's pretty funny. I like it. That does unreliable though. I wish Discord would tell you when, like, someone DMs you. If you, like, the spam filter thing. I didn't know you'd DM me. I'm watching it. Did it, I'm clicking through. Did it fail at any point? Oh, I see what's happening. So, if they take ensnaring strike damage, like the delayed damage, that's also triggering Pyro Quickness? That shouldn't be. Maybe if they take fire damage as a result of the ensnaring strike that you did in any capacity, it's doing it. So like if you can somehow make burning happen, like maybe ensnaring strike from Hellfire Hand Crossbow. and you apply that burning, maybe that would trigger Pyro Quickness Hat every tick. I gotta try that. Ancient's Red Draconic. Assume Ancients over Ranger for access to Branding Smite.
In darkest harp.
Have Draconic on the ensnare? Yeah, that makes sense.
This will all be over.
Here goes nothing.
The ritual's almost finished. What if
I cut the mute.
We've shown them once. We...
Big hat.
Why are you here?
What?
You think yourself...
As you say, Olladin.
Detect Thoughts is better, but figure I have Gale, I can get some inspos back. Scabby Pugils apply to archery? Yes.
You watch Quag closely. Quag by the in the tower.
When? So
care.
It goes on each instance of like special arrows, which is really cool.
Should get started.
Best. Badger has deceptively high, like, attack damage. Like, look at this shit. Badger can hit you for 30 damage on a max rolled crit. Actually pretty much perfect. I want Markaril to live because I plan on doing Grove Defense, and there's a little XP that is harder to get if he's dead. Tried with Piercing Arrow, Scabby Pugilist? I don't think I have. If I have, I don't remember the outcome. I was supposed to kill you. Alright, marker will do 5 damage. Ooh, thank you for the 45 months. Korean barbecue? That sounds great.
No one stopped me yet. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Don't want to draw any attention. That's a friendly-looking shadow.
Trying to get him to turn just a little bit.
Time to press ahead. Never wanted the easy path.
Hey, Tempered Calamite. Welcome in. You big dragon fan?
This calls for careful footwork. At the ready.
Well, let me lurk while playing Love in Deep Space, put you on my tablet after I shit. I appreciate it.
I need a quick word.
I had a feeling you'd be.
There's a Ring of
I had a
Protection.
feeling you'd be back.
Gonna want to knock out Mole at some point for the idol. Doesn't have to be here. I could do it at the party. Really want to do it at the last second. I don't really feel like I need anything she has. I'll take a Darkness Arrow, I guess. Should be taking Ometer Arrows for dealing with the Lava Elemental. But, money's still kind of a factor right now.
Anything else? You've been a friend. Going to own that town.
I don't feel like knocking her out. I objectively should right now.
Here we go.
But the kid can go a little longer without a concussion. We're gonna equip Ring of Protection here, not because 1 AC matters to me in the grand scheme of things, but because +1 to AC and saving throws, and a slot that didn't have any passive value. Does make sense. Lose will approval for killing these two now, but I think I still do it. We'll get over it.
I don't need any attention right now.
You're gonna be sorry. Every last one of you.
Basically filler 2 to get better rings, right? Yeah. Not the failed athletics check. Ooh. Actually, I can just knock you out.
What path lies before me?
Got hungry, made myself a tuna taco, only ended up stuffing it too much. Ayo, overflowing all over my plate. Happens to a lot of people, Nick. Just gotta take your time next time. It's natural to be excited.
Let me out, you bunch of softies! You're gonna... Ain't... They're gonna burn... Could probably stick your... Get me out of here.
That might be worth. Exhausted. Better find somewhere to camp soon.
Haven't been in the Arcane Tower yet.
Better than nothing.
I really wish Gloves of Missile Snaring worked on gnolls. There's two kinds of bow animations they don't seem to work on. Gnoll archers and dwarf archers. Specifically dwarf crossbow archers. It's an animation bug, but it's an annoying one because it means a lot of encounters where these would be great, they just don't do anything.
Just out of view. Breathe deep and move.
And I did do this fight. Right, I forgot I did this one. Right, the extra hyenas, I remember now.
Not over.
Now what do I do with this Radiance of the Dawn that I have? No, little XP talking to Zevlor. Let's go do that. Knocking out you and you and you. Something I could do, but meh, effort.
Glad there'll be more coming. Goblins hunting packs. Mate, the sooner we leave for if
143 off. Okay, we're getting there. Level 6 is a big level. Vendor inventories expand. Also, clerics get their second channel divinity charge, so I will get 2 Radiance of the Dawn uses. And that's very fun. It's very hype.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I'm told the it's sparse. It's no small thing. Everyone will.
Can get a little talking to Ethel. Do I speak with animals? That red cap revealed himself, stepping through one of the bushes.
The sheep's voice warbles. You realize it's trying to say bar.
Dice have not been very friendly to me today. It's okay.
A diminutive creature sporting a red.
Yes, Ba. Am I gonna get Hag-Eyed this run? Ethel's a pretty easy fight on Light Cleric. Radiance of the Dawn goes crazy on the clones. I have perception proficiency and high wisdom. Help offset disadvantage perception. We could get Hag-Eyed.
I don't. You'd best have one hells of an apology for me, young lady.
Hey Anna, how are you?
But I gods grant me paint. Is that regular swimming? What do you say? That is my price. Nothing more.
Alright. Bah.
Much better. That's human. Now choose which I hope now.
Left eye.
Now the pack you feed in it. You little shit. You're a dead soul.
What's the deal?
Now.
That complicates things.
Come now, Marina. Time to go.
Nice.
Bye-bye, lovely.
So we got two things. We got the paid the price condition. That's +1 to intimidation checks and disadvantage on perception checks. It's also disadvantage when attacking hags, but that's just Ethel in 2 fights in the game, so whatever. +1 to intimidation, it's nice. But then we also get this, one-time use anti-Ethel's charm. Every version of enhanced ability at once until long rest. The Constitution one's buggy and it goes away if you lose the temp HP, but this is something that I'm saving for later in the game. Hey Sunny, how you doing? Welcome in. I need to start picking up more camp supplies with how much I've been long resting. Not used to actually having to track that. So I've already long rested like 12 times or something. So what I normally do across maybe 5 playthroughs in Act 1 of this one. Right, extra 10 of Divinity Charge, extra 3rd level spell slot, improved Warding Flare. Let's use it on allies. I guess there's situations where maybe that comes up. When I usually use the charm? Usually in Act 3. I do most of Act 3 on one rest. So, consolidating as many until long rest buffs that you can only get once for that one rest is a good idea. This will cancel out the disadvantage. I'm trying to melee Ethel. Hi, Kevin. What's up, buddy? I should probably get an armor that has better defenses for Ethel. Some DR would be nice, but I would have to make the scale, and I don't want to do that. I could just start the Ethel fight Sanctuary. Let her spawn clones, let them group up. Pop them all with Radiance of the Dawn. It's not a bad idea. Good buddy. He's a very good boy. Paladins and Moonrise down me, but then I got put in 1 HP in a cell. Yeah, it happens if you fight guards. Doesn't happen every time, but like the first time. Almost always. Depends on how they down you, but... Another good thing you could do to make your fight easier in Grimforge is I was thinking about daylight applications. All the Dwergar have sunlight sensitivity, so just plopping a daylight there gives them all disadvantage in their attacks. So I'll have to remember to do that for when I fight them. Having removed curse means I could go read the Necromancy Say once I get the gem. Could do a gem heist. To free up this ring slot and to give me advantage against being poisoned. Use this. I could pre-Spirit Guardians for the Ethel fight, but the problem is if she does the Marina thing, then Marina will often just spawn into the Spirit Guardians and die. Enemies group on you in the Sanctuary? Sometimes. I don't need them to group tightly, I just need them to be this close, which is pretty generous.
Don't look.
Don't want to draw any attention.
I'll drink this before I forget to. How did you see me? Okay, sure. Sure you did. Mask of Unforgiveness. I don't even know what you do. Okay. I don't have Psychic Res. I could end up taking a lot of damage here.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Hoping this one fails. Or succeeds, rather.
I'll break their pretty little bones.
Don't make me
Perfect.
hurt them.
Can't get you, but I can get you. Hope for a kill, but that's okay. Two of you. Let's go two of you. Spell Sparkler would have been a better choice here. Look how much my wisdom helped me. Don't rely on saving throws. Didn't prepare Peg, I should have. 3 scrolls. Quite the scream. That's unfortunate, but not really unexpected.
No! We won't hurt them.
Good crit. Really? Deal damage to remove this condition. Like that. The extra mask I was not expecting. Gotta say, this mod's pretty cool. No idea what this one does, but the presence of an extra enemy is cool.
Time to get going.
Really have Shield of Faith for this. It's kind of actively stupid that I don't. Sorry, it'd be fine. What's she gonna do? Kill me?
Should get started.
Winning initiative is not really ideal here. She didn't throw the bomb in my arena. I'm kind of expecting her to do it next turn. I might use the door. That is 5 of them grouped. Can maybe get them all in one radiance. Be so sad if I can't make this work. Come on. Come on. There we go. Ouchie. No fire arrest. Well, my concentration going is pretty bad. If I can gold, I have an earache just from walking my dog. Oof. Should only have one more throwable. Right, they don't get turns because it's not turn 1 of the combat. That's why I'm not worried about them right now. I do still have a Channel Divinity. I could repeat the Sanctuary Radiance of the Dawn play. I don't know how I feel about that. Kind of rather get rid of these two. Kite back here. Not sure why you went that way. Maybe he sees the poison cloud there as obstructing. Certainly take it. Probably the poison cloud. You have one turn of jump left. I'd like to get value, but safe is best. I spoke on this last stream, or stream before. Encouraging Ethel to use Vicious Mockery above everything else is the safest strat here, other than like door and no-hit strats, because the most she can do with it is 8 damage. If you fail a saving throw, she max rolls 8 damage. Very manageable. It's not an attack roll. Doesn't take multiple times or anything. Good crit.
Elves are so pretty worthless.
Don't really want her doing claws. That one does hurt. When you force reduce Vicious Mockery, Poison Resist, you basically make all of the other options less attractive. You want Poison Resistance, you want Fire Resistance if you want to discourage the Fire Bombs. Slashing Resistance also helps encourage the Vicious Mockery. Basically the way most creatures, most enemies work is, if they see that one of their things is resisted, they are less willing to use that versus other options that are not resisted. It's not always true, but it's often true. So ideally you want to go in without Psychic Resistance, and then you could have whatever you want among the others. Poison recommended most highly because the clones hit you with Ray of Sickness as well. But the big thing is don't have Psychic.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
About the wisdom hair, I'm getting it.
You bastard! You ruined it! Ethel was going to just a bit long. More than I could have done.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Thanks to the knowledge, of course. Husband Mancy? Yeah. .5 XP. A shame Ethel got married and we couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, it's really a tragedy. Unavoidable, unfortunately. Poison Res is really, really useful in Ethel and Broodmother. It's good against Balthazar as well.
How much further can I go?
Poop walk. As an aside, I did that Ethel fight with 18 AC.
Exhausted.
And not that much HP. AC is not a good defensive strategy, there's better ones. And that's without even... You could use this door and just invalidate the entire fight if you so choose.
Out of sight, out of mind.
How do you make her not use Old Person? I'm immune.
This medication.
You're vile.
Wait! But it's... I knew I could... You... What'll it be? Out here, I can set up shop else. Bye.
Alright, now we make a decision. Do I want Wisdom Hair, or do I... go Dex Hair? Wisdom Hair now gets me to 16 Wisdom. Dex Hair is better. Because I could just lower my Dex to 15, up my Wisdom to 16, use the Dex Hair to correct the Dex back to 16. And that gives me the option to respec again later to 17 Dex. Hair making it 18. We'll go Wisdom anyway, because I can just break it the other way. Less desirable, but less work now. Convenience.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Can use this method now, seeing how. Explanation for those who might be Elixir Guile with movement correct? Yeah, GG. For those who might be confused, if you kill Ethel, like fully kill Ethel without ever triggering the her trying to bargain dialogue, then you can free Marina, get the XP for freeing Marina, kill Marina to get the XP for killing her, then go get Connor, use Bitter Divorce on Connor. If you do that without Marina present, then Connor goes hostile, and every time he's rezzed after that, he is hostile. Rather than being the controllable, friendly, summoned version. Now, Bitter Divorce specifically, rather than Second Marriage, which is the friendly version, Bitter Divorce causes Connor to revive any corpse at the destination when you revive him. So I used Connor to revive Ethel, and I had the destination inside of a Cloud of Daggers. So Connor died immediately, giving me enough time to go over and push Ethel, which started a combat, and she was already below the HP threshold, so she just immediately talked to me and offered the dialogue that she didn't offer the first time. So this allows you to get the XP for saving Marina, the XP for killing Marina, and the XP for killing Ethel, on top of still getting that hag hair, and Ethel and everything still shows up in Act 3. You lose nothing and just gain a few things. It's pretty nice. How do you unequip Invoke Duplicity for duping? Tried summon method. Same summon method, you know, for getting the bow and whatnot from Skeleton. It's all the same. You have to be out of combat, or else the summon doesn't have the gear equipped. How much XP does killing Marina give? 1. What are you doing maxing here? I mean, the 1 XP from Marina is a drop in the bucket compared to the other things we're getting. I could let Marina walk away, but remember, I need her to not be present when I summon Connor for the first time. So she's got to be dead. So I may as well get the 1. I mean, she doesn't necessarily have to be dead. She could just be somewhere else. Maybe knocking her out would be fine. You still get the XP that way. But I don't benefit from Marina being around in Act 3 anyway, so that doesn't matter to me. I do get 20 for saving her. And click and drag it doesn't enter my inventory. Drag it to an equip slot. So I have the relevant slot empty on your character and drag it there. Is there a mod that makes me ready to give 2 XP? There should be. We've been saying that for years now. Did the good route and pickpocketed the wand from Marina. Connor still hostile when summoned. And the rest of the units works as well. Cool. Does poison res come from? Sorry, I missed first part of the stream. I cast protection from poison on myself. Cleric spell. I need some inspos.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Dost thou require? Very well. Choose.
It's also a ring in the Goblin Camp, or you could drink Heart of Stone. which gives it to you until long rest. It's one of the potions in Ethel's lab.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I question the wisdom of that decision, but I'll be...
This vessel is at thy disposal.
Good option. Just a spell slot, lasts till long rest, no concentration required. And it's one of the many spells that don't care about your spellcasting stat. Just as a reminder, I normally run my clerics with 8 or 10 wisdom. Me running this high wisdom is an anomaly. I'm just doing it for the sake of doing it, really. It's not better to have wisdom. Learned something interesting, didn't know before. You can cast Enhance ability, remove it from your prepared slot that'll stay active. Yeah, there's a few spells like that. Several of the summons are like that. Animate Dead is like that. Diva Summon is like that. I want to say Conjure Elemental is also like that.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies.
A less straightforward and probably an oversight version of that is, you know how when you're in the level up menu, if you add another caster class or if you look at like your prepared spells in that menu, it'll often reset you to like some default picks for your spells. It doesn't actually remove the effects of anything that it unprepared that way, so you could use that to, for example, unprepare aid and freedom of movement and all that. And it'll replace them with things like Cure Wounds and Ice Knife and you know, the standard stuff it does. And then you just get rid of those and then put in what you actually want. I don't do that because that's, like, unnecessary, but you could. Definitely want the many targets arrow. Spare guileful movement makes sense.
Please, a quick look, if you don't mind.
Stonks. Insane Haul. Fire Shield 2? Insane Haul. We'll gladly spend that. Take that too, because I'll want that for Act 2. I need to do Enhance ability here to cancel out being Hag-Eyed, unfortunately. Well, I don't need to, but it'll make this a hell of a lot easier.
What brought it down? Please, a quick look. Take a look. Tell me what you see. And be thorough.
Kid stays winning, except for the whole slaver part. Yeah, except for that.
And left sulfuric crystals behind. The farthest.
Anything standing out?
I was hoping the guidance would prevent that.
Boulder, no.
What do you think? But my work is up.
Alright, we'll put Gale and Fuzzlump in my party again. Read another book.
What's on your mind? Where?
This vessel is at... This vessel...
I don't get the XP from this, just the inspo points.
What's on your mind? I question the wisdom of that. Oh.
Let's go loot the Sorrow Room. They have to be specific books or any books? Specific books. There are certain books that the first time you read them, if you have someone from the Sage background in your party, they get inspired. There's quite a few books like that. Now there are some other things similar to that that you can do with different inspiration backgrounds, allowing you to sort of bank them and carry them around, but Sage has the most that you can do that with. So you can just have a pretty good reserve stock of inspiration points by having Gale and Fuzzle in your camp. Guild Artisan has a couple bankable ones. Acolyte does. Dirge does. Folk Hero kind of does.
Let's see what this
But Sage has the most. Guess next time I don't chop off his hand for the early inspo. You should never do that unless like you specifically want Gale out of the game or something. Because you can get that inspo a number of other ways. It's not unique to doing that. It's just the first time you embrace the urge, which you could just kick the squirrel in the grove, or poke the bird in the grove, or tell the old lady trying to give you soup that you want to eat a dwarf, or torture Liam, or break Pandirna's legs, or like you have a lot of options. It doesn't have to be deleting Gale from the game. That's an impulse control thing. I see a lot of people do it. Don't do it. Even in an evil run, it's wasteful. It has the fewest Gale lines. That's not even true. The fewest Gale lines is not clicking on it at all. So, nope.
Beautiful glaive. So why does touching it give me a knot in my stomach?
We have steak bros and hand bros? Unfortunately, yeah. I do wish I had a spell slot for Scorching Ray, or a couple spell slots for Scorching Ray. I don't want to create hostilities out here right now, because double Ogre does make me a little nervous. Gale ending might be worse than Will's. What do you mean?
Can't risk being in open view.
On either front, I'm not sure. I understand.
What's in here?
Couple more NPCs I should deal with while I'm still on this Guileful Movement elixir.
What path lies before me?
Problem is I am kind of tapped on my other resources. I have lots of fires issues, and I don't have good strength, so I can't even jump up there. Alright, I have a spell slot for Sanctuary. I'll use that for emergencies. Let's do Arcane Power so I can get Featherfall Boots. Nice bonus. Boredom made a full circle? No. Just, it was an option in the poll. I felt like playing Light Cleric because I hadn't in a long time. And running it with more game knowledge is something that I thought would interest me. You know me, I love Cleric. There's no way I'm bored if I'm playing Cleric.
Scorched ground. Better watch out.
I mean, Willie's usual topic for lack of Larian love. Gale's either nobody loses interest or arrogant piece of shit nobody in game likes. I mean, he's not necessarily a nobody. He becomes a professor at a pretty prestigious academic institution. That's a possible outcome. If you romance Gale, then a big part of his non-ascended ending is that he's learned humility and he's happy to just be him. He doesn't feel like he needs to be special anymore. Like, he'll even go back to using his name if you romance him. Instead of Gale of Waterdeep, he'll be Gale Decarios. Definitely agree that Will got the short end of the stick in terms of Larian giving a shit about anything involving him. But I don't think Gale is anywhere close to that.
Right tool will do the trick.
Knowing you're making it as unusual as possible. Contrary to what I normally do, I am taking some wisdom investment. But I think the thing that's turned the most heads so far is me reminding that radiating orbs are bad, as in not good. Not that they're overpowered. I mean that they're underpowered. They're garbage. They're worthless. They're not worth the slot that you have to give up to get them. They are a bad version of a bad defensive stat.
Something good here, I hope.
I can forgive Astarion and Shard's manipulation, cool with Lae'zel's abrasiveness. There's something about Gale's pompousness that makes me viscerally despise him. I think that's a human thing. Like, everyone's got certain personality types that rub them the wrong way. Maybe it unconsciously reminds you of a bad interaction you had or a person you really don't care to be in a room with. I get that. I don't get why so many people are upset with Shadowheart manipulation. Haven't noticed any. Start a new playthrough right now, beat the Nautiloid, recruit Shadowheart, recruit Lae'zel, and then long rest immediately with doing nothing else. Then talk to Lae'zel, then talk to Shadowheart. You can repeat those steps, swapping out Lae'zel with any companion. What Shadowheart does during that event specifically is she tries to get you to distrust whichever other companion you have in the camp. It doesn't matter who, she will do it to everybody. She does it to Lae'zel, obviously, because a lot of her lines are trying to get you to distrust Lae'zel, who is going out of her way to help you, by the way, at extreme risk to herself. But she will also do it to Astarion, she will do it to Gale. I don't know if she'll do it to Will, because by the time you get to Will, you're pretty deep in, and you might miss the trigger for that particular event. But she does it to all of the other companions that you can grab before the Grove. Now, like all of the other companions, she grows out of that behavior and stops being a manipulative asshole pretty quickly. But, like, early Act 1, that's a huge percentage of her dialogue. I don't see her this way. I mean, I don't care. That's the dialogue that's there. Whether you see her that way or not doesn't matter because she does it. So, this is not me saying I dislike the character. I like the character a lot, but we don't have to pretend aspects of her that we don't want to confront aren't there. A big part of her character is that one of the tenets of being a Sharan is being a manipulative asshole for no real reason or benefit to yourself. So she's doing that because she thinks she has to do that. Kind of doing a disservice to her character if you ignore that part of it. You know, the overcoming brainwashing thing. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, the 3 tenets of Shar. Is that if she's a brainwashed Sharan, so how exactly is it her fault? Nobody's casting blame here. She is responsible for her actions. I don't hold them against her, but I do hold her accountable. But there's a pretty wide gulf between pretending something doesn't exist and saying that she's like a bad person because of it or anything. Once again, Shadowheart's entire thing is that she is a good person who endured 40 plus years of brainwashing trying to turn her into a bad person, and her story is overcoming that. Discovering agency, overcoming trauma, pursuing identity. And again, pretending she's not doing the things that she's trying to stop doing is diminishing to the character. Like, once she tells you her secret, she will even apologize in advance and tell you, listen, it's gonna be hard for me to be open. I'm trying, just give me a break. And I am happy to give her that chance. Doesn't change the fact that at the beginning of the game, she is trying to get you to make everyone else leave. In a way no other companion is doing. Another problem I see with Will is the path they chose for Warlocks, like a D needs so much flavor, and much like Paladins have to act within some rules. I mean, I think Will being a Paladin would have been really boring. Because, wow, lawful good guy who is a Paladin, that's so interesting. We've never seen that before, right? Like, I think him being a Warlock for an evil entity has this rock and a hard place dynamic that makes him, you know, he's objectively not as interesting as the other characters because they gave him less to do.
Seems like the
But more interesting than he could have been.
Seems simple enough.
I think I just haven't paid much attention to it because many people in your squad don't trust them. Some are even actively trying to kill you. No, only Shadowheart is actively trying to kill anyone in the camp. Only her. Specifically just her. Not even Minthara is trying to kill anyone in the camp. Like, you could even bring up the subject to her and she'd be like, that'd be stupid. Astarion isn't trying to kill anyone in the camp. He needs to keep his teeth to himself, but he's not trying to kill anyone. Will's certainly not trying to kill anyone. Gale's certainly not trying to kill anyone. Karlach's certainly not trying to kill anyone, unless Will tries to kill her. Lae'zel is not trying to kill you. I mean, except for the one where it's like, hey, you're turning into a Mind Flayer right now. I'm gonna kill you and me. Lae'zel and Astarion tries to kill in the camp. Who does Astarion try to kill in the camp? Twister.
The skin, but all its laser.
Disc. Are these Githyanki markings? Laser might know.
Astarion killed my first half and you trust him by night. He's not trying to kill you. Context matters. He's not trying to. As the game very clearly presents, he just gets very distracted while he's drinking blood that he's never been allowed to drink before. And should he be aware of that being a possibility? Absolutely, and I hold him responsible for that. He's responsible for your death if that happens. But it's an accident. So, no, he's not trying to kill you. And, once again, context matters. The Lae'zel thing is, she thinks you and everybody in the camp is about to turn into mind flayers. So she's like, alright, first you, then me, and then everybody's safe. That's not Lae'zel trying to kill anyone. Shadowheart is the one who will wake up. You will wake up to the sounds of Shadowheart telling Lae'zel, hey, I'm gonna kill you and lie to everyone about why I'm doing this. They're not gonna believe you. It's different. Is that considered amoral? Yeah, I'd say it's pretty fucked up, because Lae'zel hasn't done anything to deserve that. Once again, Lae'zel is trying to help you. Sure, she gets something out of it, but she's trying to help you at great personal risk. Remember, every time you have Lae'zel, like, talk to Githyanki, she makes it worse somehow, until Act 3.